What if Earth's first civilization built a pyramid 100,000 years ago? Your DNA remembers. Deep in the spiral staircase of your genetic code lies a memory so old, so buried, that science calls it junk DNA. But what if it's not junk? What if it's a library? 100,000 years ago, when textbooks claimed humans were primitive hunter-gatherers, someone was building pyramids with mathematical precision that rivals NASA. Someone understood acoustics so perfectly they could focus sound into weapons. Someone mapped the stars with accuracy we achieved only with computers. The evidence is everywhere once you know how to look. Pyramid ruins under Antarctic ice, revealed by melting glaciers. Stone blocks in the Amazon are so precisely cut they seem laser-etched. Underground chambers in Egypt that predate pharaohs by 95,000 years. All connected by the same impossible engineering signature. But here's the revelation that changes everything. They weren't aliens. They were us. Earth's first human civilization. And they left instructions in our genes for when we were ready to remember. The Great Pyramid sits in the desert like a mathematical equation written in stone. Its silence more eloquent than any textbook could ever be. When you stand before its weathered limestone face in the cooling twilight, you're not just looking at ancient architecture, you're staring at proof that someone, 100,000 years ago, understood our planet better than we do today. The numbers don't lie, even when they whisper impossibilities. The pyramid's base perimeter, when divided by its height, yields pi 3.14159, calculated to 15 decimal places. This wasn't approximation or lucky coincidence. Someone encoded the mathematical constant that defines the relationship between a circle's circumference and diameter into a monument built when humans supposedly hadn't yet discovered the wheel. But pi is just the beginning. The pyramid's height, multiplied by 40,200, gives you the polar radius of Earth. Multiply the base perimeter by that same number, and you have the equatorial circumference of our planet. Someone measured Earth to an accuracy that humanity wouldn't achieve again until satellites circled our atmosphere. Yet, according to conventional archaeology, the builders were using copper chisels and rope. The astronomical alignments cut even deeper into the comfortable fiction of primitive builders. The Great Pyramid's descending passage points with laser precision to Alpha Draconis, not as it appears today, but as it would have appeared 100,000 years ago, when precession had shifted the heavens into an entirely different configuration. The builders weren't just encoding Earth's dimensions, they were creating a star map that spans geological time. Stand in the king's chamber at dawn on the spring equinox, and you'll witness something that defies everything we know about ancient capabilities. Light from Orion's belt, filtered through the pyramid's precise angles, illuminates specific hieroglyphs for exactly 26 minutes, the time it takes Earth to rotate through 1 degree of arc. This is an accident. This is engineering that requires knowledge of Earth's rotation, axial tilt, orbital mechanics, and the precession of equinoxes. The construction precision rivals anything we can achieve today. The pyramid's base is level to within just 2.1 centimeters across its 230-meter width. Its orientation to true north is accurate to 3/60th of a degree, more precise than the meridian of the Royal Observatory at Greenwich. The joints between stones are so tight that you cannot slide a knife blade between them. Yet some of these blocks weigh more than 70 tons. Most unsettling of all is the evidence weathered into the Sphinx itself. Water erosion patterns carved deep into its limestone body tell a story that official archaeology refuses to hear. The last time rainfall sufficient to create such erosion fell on the Giza Plateau was during the humid period that ended 100,000 years ago. The Sphinx has been staring across the desert sand since the last interglacial period, when the Sahara was green and rivers flowed where now only sand remembers their passage. Dr. Robert Schoch's geological analysis confirmed what the stones themselves have been saying for millennia. The erosion patterns on the Sphinx are consistent with exposure to heavy rainfall over thousands of years, not the wind erosion you'd expect from 4,500 years in the desert. The implications ripple through everything we think we know about human civilization. If the Sphinx is 100,000 years old, then so is the advanced knowledge required to carve it. Yet perhaps the most profound mystery lies not in what was built, but in what was known. The pyramid incorporates measurements that wouldn't be standardized until the 18th century. The meter defined in 1791 as 1/10,000,000th of the distance from the equator to the North Pole appears throughout the pyramid's dimensions. The builders used a unit of measurement based on Earth's actual size millennia before we had any way to calculate that size. They knew things that should have been impossible to know. The speed of light, 299, now 792, 458 meters per second, is encoded in the pyramid's coordinates. The exact location was chosen not for convenience or symbolism, but because the latitude numbers match the speed of light. Someone 100,000 years ago understood concepts that would take us until the 20th century to rediscover. This is not the work of a primitive civilization learning to stack stones. This is the signature of minds that grasped principles of mathematics, astronomy, physics, and engineering that we're still struggling to fully understand. The precision isn't just impressive, it's impossible, unless we accept that our timeline of human development is fundamentally wrong. The genetic memory encoded in our DNA stirs when confronted with such evidence. Somewhere in the deepest layers of our ancestral knowledge lies the understanding that we've done this before. We've reached these heights of knowledge and engineering precision. We've built monuments that speak across time in the language of universal constants and planetary measurements. The Great Pyramid stands as more than ancient architecture. It's a message from our forgotten selves, a reminder written in stone and mathematics that humanity's first attempt at greatness achieved something we've yet to surpass. The question isn't how they built it, it's how we forgot that we could. The revelation comes not in isolation, but in recognition of a pattern that spans continents and challenges every assumption about independent human development. What we discovered at Giza was not unique. It was part of a global network of monuments built by the same impossible timeline, the same mathematical principles, the same profound understanding of Earth and cosmos. In the hills of Visoko, Bosnia, Dr. Samir Osmanagic's team uncovered what conventional archaeology insists cannot exist: a pyramid complex that predates Giza by tens of thousands of years. The Bosnian Pyramid of the Sun, rising 220 meters above the valley floor, exhibits construction techniques that mirror the precision found in Egypt. But carbon dating of organic material from the concrete-like coating returns dates of 12,000 years, and some samples suggest the structure could be 25,000 years old or more. The mathematical relationships are unmistakable. The Bosnian pyramid's base measurement, when converted to the ancient unit system found at Giza, yields the same proportional relationships to Earth's dimensions. The acoustic properties discovered within the structure sounds, focused and amplified by the precise angles of internal chambers, demonstrate an understanding of harmonic resonance that we're only beginning to rediscover in modern architecture. But Bosnia is just one node in a network that becomes more extraordinary with each discovery. At Göbekli Tepe in Turkey, massive stone pillars arranged in perfect circles showcase astronomical alignments that track stellar movements across thousands of years. The site officially dates to 11,000 years ago, yet recent analysis suggests it could be far older. The astronomical knowledge required to create such alignments, accounting for precession, stellar proper motion, and long-term celestial mechanics, indicates a mathematical sophistication that rivals modern computerized calculations. The pillars themselves tell a story of global catastrophe and renewal. Carved animals include species that were extinct in that region by the supposed construction date, unless the builders witnessed these creatures during an earlier warm period, perhaps 100,000 years ago, when the genetic memories in our DNA were still fresh from direct experience. Beneath the waves, evidence emerges that reshapes our understanding of when and where advanced civilizations flourished. Off the coast of Yonaguni, Japan, a massive stepped pyramid structure rises from the ocean floor. Its precise right angles, straight edges, and mathematical proportions clearly indicate artificial construction. Yet the structure has been underwater for at least 12,000 years, when rising sea levels at the end of the last ice age submerged coastal civilizations worldwide. The Caribbean yields similar treasures. Near Bimini, underwater surveying has revealed massive stone structures arranged in precise geometric patterns. The blocks, some weighing several tons, are fitted together with the same precision found at other ancient sites worldwide. Dating based on sea level changes suggests these structures were built on dry land and submerged around 12,000 years ago, the same timeline that appears repeatedly in flood myths from cultures across the globe. What emerges from these discoveries is not random coincidence but systematic placement. The global pyramid sites, when plotted on a map, reveal a network of locations positioned according to specific latitude and longitude relationships. They form a grid that divides Earth's surface into mathematical segments based on geodetic principles we didn't officially discover until satellite mapping became possible. The distances between major sites encode mathematical constants. The distance from Giza to Stonehenge, when measured in ancient units, yields precise multiples of pi and phi. The angular relationships between Giza, Easter Island, and Nazca form perfect geometric shapes when projected onto a spherical surface. Someone designed a global monument network based on a complete understanding of Earth's size, shape, and position in space. Archaeological evidence from Australia adds another layer to this pattern. Aboriginal songlines, traditional paths across the land that record creation stories, align with sites of unusual geological and archaeological interest. Recent discoveries of massive stone structures in remote areas of the continent, including precisely fitted megalithic walls and chambers, suggest that Australia's indigenous cultures preserved memories of the same global civilization that built pyramids elsewhere. The Amazon rainforest, as satellite imagery and LiDAR scanning reveal its secrets, harbors evidence of massive earthworks and geometric structures spanning hundreds of square kilometers. These geoglyphs, only visible from the air, demonstrate the same mathematical precision found in other ancient monuments. Carbon dating of associated artifacts suggests some sites could be 20,000 years old or more, predating supposed human arrival in the Americas. Even more intriguing are the mathematical relationships discovered through careful measurement of these global sites. When the major pyramid locations are connected by great circle routes, the shortest distances between points on a sphere, they form geometric patterns based on Platonic solids and sacred geometry. The builders weren't just placing monuments randomly, they were creating a three-dimensional mandala encompassing the entire planet. The implications are staggering. This global network required not just advanced mathematical knowledge, but worldwide communication and coordination. Someone was able to survey the entire planet, identify optimal locations based on geodetic and astronomical criteria, and coordinate construction projects on multiple continents. This suggests a civilization with technological capabilities that match or exceed our own. The acoustic properties discovered at many of these sites add another dimension to their purpose. The pyramids in Bosnia, the chambers at Göbekli Tepe, the resonance characteristics of Stonehenge all demonstrate precise understanding of how sound waves interact with stone structures. Some researchers suggest these monuments formed a global communication network, using Earth itself as a resonating chamber to transmit information across vast distances. The pattern extends beyond Earth. Many of these ancient sites align not just with each other, but with specific celestial objects and events. The global network appears designed to function as an enormous astronomical computer, tracking planetary motions, stellar positions, and cosmic cycles across time periods spanning tens of thousands of years. As we recognize this global pattern, our genetic memory stirs with something approaching recognition. The same impulse that drives us to build monuments, to reach toward the eternal through stone and mathematics, may be an inheritance from the first civilization. We may be unconsciously recreating, in smaller and more limited ways, the global network our ancestors built to connect Earth with cosmos. The worldwide pattern of ancient monuments isn't evidence of multiple civilizations developing similar ideas independently. It's proof of a single global civilization that understood our planet as a unified system and built accordingly. The question is no longer whether such a civilization existed, but how much of their knowledge we've lost, and how much might still be encoded in stone, waiting for us to remember how to read their message. The scars in the stone tell stories that shatter comfortable assumptions about primitive tools and slow progress. When you run your fingers along the perfectly smooth surface of a granite block at Pumapunku, when you examine the surgical precision of cuts that slice through the hardest stones on Earth, you're touching evidence of technologies that we struggle to replicate even today. The precision cuts found at ancient sites worldwide reveal capabilities that transcend anything achievable with the copper chisels, stone hammers, and wooden levers that archaeological orthodoxy insists were the pinnacle of ancient technology. At Aswan Quarry in Egypt, unfinished obelisks show saw marks that cut through granite as if it were soft wood. The cuts are perfectly straight, uniformly deep, and show no evidence of the gradual progression you'd expect from primitive tools slowly wearing away stone. Modern experiments attempting to replicate these cuts using conventional ancient techniques have failed spectacularly. Copper tools, even when artificially hardened, become blunt within minutes when used on granite. Stone tools shatter. Even with unlimited time and manpower, the precision achieved at ancient sites remains beyond our ability to duplicate using the methods archaeology claims were available. More unsettling are the drill holes found throughout ancient stonework. At the Serapeum in Egypt, massive granite boxes, each weighing up to 100 tons, show evidence of drilling techniques that puzzle modern engineers. The drill marks spiral into the stone with consistent pressure and speed, creating perfectly round holes with smooth walls. The drilling rates calculated from the spiral patterns indicate feed rates that exceed what we can achieve with modern diamond-tipped drills. Christopher Dunn's analysis of the drilling evidence reveals something even more extraordinary. The drill marks show characteristics consistent with ultrasonic machining, a technology that uses high-frequency vibrations to gradually wear away material. This technique, developed in the 20th century for precision manufacturing, leaves exactly the type of marks found in ancient stonework. Yet conventional archaeology places these drill holes thousands of years before humans had any understanding of acoustics or vibration. The evidence extends beyond drilling to encompass cutting, polishing, and joining techniques that require technological sophistication. At Sacsayhuaman in Peru, massive stones weighing hundreds of tons are fitted together with precision that leaves no gaps. The joints are so tight that they remain waterproof after centuries of earthquake activity. The stones themselves show no evidence of mortar or binding agents. They were cut and positioned with such accuracy that gravity and friction alone hold them in place. Modern attempts to move similar stones using conventional ancient methods have proven the impossibility of the accepted timeline. Even with cranes, hydraulic lifts, and precision cutting tools, positioning 200-ton blocks with millimeter accuracy challenges current engineering capabilities. The idea that ancient peoples accomplished this with rope, rollers, and inclined planes belongs in the realm of fantasy rather than serious archaeology. The metallurgical evidence compounds the mystery. Analysis of metal artifacts from supposed Bronze Age sites reveals alloys that shouldn't exist. The Iron Pillar of Delhi, standing unblemished after 1,600 years in monsoon conditions, demonstrates metallurgical techniques that prevent corrosion through methods we didn't understand until the development of modern chemistry. The pillar's composition includes trace elements that create a protective oxide layer, a sophisticated understanding of metallurgy that contradicts the primitive methods attributed to ancient smiths. Even more extraordinary are the microscopic metal spheres found in South African geological strata dated to billions of years. These perfectly round objects, some with parallel grooves around their circumference, appear to be manufactured rather than natural. Yet they exist in rock formations that predate complex life on Earth by hundreds of millions of years. Either our geological dating is fundamentally flawed, or someone was creating precision metal objects when Earth was supposedly lifeless. The transportation methods required for megalithic construction present equally insurmountable problems for conventional archaeology. At Baalbek in Lebanon, the Temple of Jupiter incorporates stone blocks weighing over 800 tons. The nearby quarry contains an even larger block, the stone of the pregnant woman weighing approximately 1,000 tons. Moving such masses requires engineering capabilities that challenge even modern heavy lifting equipment. Recent analysis suggests some ancient sites may have employed acoustic levitation using focused sound waves to reduce the effective weight of objects. This technique, demonstrated in laboratory conditions using ultrasonic frequencies, can cause objects to hover weightlessly in acoustic fields. The precise acoustic properties discovered at many ancient sites, combined with their positioning along Earth's natural resonance nodes, suggest the builders understood how to harness planetary acoustic phenomena for construction purposes. The crystalline technologies embedded in ancient structures reveal another dimension of forgotten knowledge. Many megalithic sites incorporate quartz crystals positioned at specific points within the architecture. These crystals, when subjected to pressure or electrical current, generate piezoelectric effects, converting mechanical stress into electrical energy. The positioning of these crystals within ancient monuments suggests deliberate design to harness geothermal or seismic energy for unknown purposes. Recent electromagnetic surveys of pyramid sites worldwide have detected unusual electrical phenomena within the structures. The Great Pyramid, in particular, shows evidence of electrical conductivity that varies with atmospheric conditions. During thunderstorms, the pyramid appears to function as a massive electrical resonator, collecting and focusing atmospheric electrical energy through its precisely positioned internal chambers and passages. The implications of these technological capabilities extend far beyond construction techniques. If ancient civilizations possessed ultrasonic drilling, acoustic levitation, advanced metallurgy, and electrical generation, they had achieved a level of technological integration that we're only beginning to understand. These weren't primitive peoples stumbling toward discoveries through trial and error. They were sophisticated engineers working with principles of physics that we've spent centuries rediscovering. Perhaps most intriguing is the evidence that ancient technologies were designed to work in harmony with natural systems rather than against them. While our modern approach tends toward brute force and energy consumption, ancient techniques appear to have harnessed natural forces, acoustic resonance, electromagnetic fields, crystalline properties to achieve their goals with minimal environmental impact. The genetic memory stirring within us recognizes something profound in these technological signatures. The same drive that pushes us to develop more sophisticated tools, to manipulate matter with greater precision, to harness energy more efficiently, may be an echo of capabilities our ancestors mastered 100,000 years ago. We may not be advancing toward technological sophistication. We may be struggling to reclaim it. The tools that time forgot weren't just implements. They were expressions of a technological philosophy that integrated consciousness, physics, and natural systems into unified approaches to engineering. As we discover evidence of their capabilities, we face the humbling possibility that our ancestors' first attempt at civilization achieved technological integration that we've yet to surpass. The comfortable narrative of human progress from primitive hunter-gatherers to advanced civilizations over the past few thousand years crumbles when confronted with evidence that refuses to fit the timeline. What we're discovering at ancient sites worldwide isn't just older than expected. It's so much older that it forces us to reconsider everything we think we know about when humans developed sophisticated capabilities. The geological evidence at Giza presents a timeline that archaeological orthodoxy cannot reconcile. Water erosion patterns carved deep into the Sphinx and surrounding structures tell an unambiguous story of exposure to heavy rainfall over extended periods. Dr. Robert Schoch's analysis, based on decades of geological fieldwork, confirms that the erosion patterns are consistent with the climate conditions that prevailed in Egypt during the humid period of the last interglacial approximately 100,000 to 130,000 years ago. The last time the Sahara region experienced the sustained heavy rainfall necessary to create such erosion was when atmospheric circulation patterns and ocean currents created dramatically different weather systems across North Africa. During this period, the Sahara was green, crossed by rivers and dotted with lakes. The rainfall was sufficient to support vast forests and diverse wildlife, and to carve deep vertical erosion patterns in limestone structures exposed to the elements. Orthodox archaeology's insistence on a 4,500-year age for the Sphinx requires explaining these erosion patterns through wind and sand abrasion. Yet side-by-side comparison of wind erosion at other desert sites shows horizontal layering and gradual surface degradation completely different from the vertical fissures and deep channels carved into the Sphinx. The geological evidence points inescapably to water as the erosive agent, pushing the structure's true age back tens of thousands of years. But geological dating conflicts more than just archaeological assumptions. It challenges the fundamental timeline of human development. If the Sphinx is 100,000 years old, then humans were creating sophisticated monuments and demonstrating advanced engineering knowledge when conventional anthropology places our species in the earliest stages of behavioral modernity. The implications ripple through every assumption about human cognitive development, technological progress, and civilizational complexity. Climate data from ice cores and deep-sea sediments supports the possibility of advanced civilizations during earlier interglacial periods. Analysis of atmospheric composition, temperature variations, and ecological indicators reveals that climatic conditions favorable to complex societies existed multiple times over the past 200,000 years. The warm, stable period around 125,000 years ago provided climatic conditions superior to those that enabled the development of historical civilizations. During these earlier interglacial periods, sea levels were higher than today. Coastlines extended far inland, and vast areas now underwater were habitable land. If advanced civilizations developed during these periods, their major population centers and technological achievements would now lie beneath hundreds of feet of ocean water, explaining why we find so little evidence of sophisticated ancient cultures in conventional archaeological contexts. The astronomical evidence compounds the dating dilemma. Many ancient monuments incorporate stellar alignments that point to specific time periods based on the precession of equinoxes, the slow wobble of Earth's axis that causes the apparent positions of stars to shift over 26,000-year cycles. The alignments at Giza, when calculated backward through precession cycles, point to a construction date around 100,000 years ago, when the constellation Orion appeared in the precise position reflected in the monument's design. Even more precisely, the alignment of the Great Pyramid's descending passage with Alpha Draconis, the pole star 100,000 years ago, provides an astronomical dating method independent of archaeological assumptions. The builders encoded specific stellar positions that can be calculated with astronomical precision, creating a timestamp that conventional dating methods cannot explain away. Carbon dating, the backbone of archaeological chronology, faces increasing challenges when applied to extremely ancient sites. Organic materials from the deepest levels of some sites return dates that extend far beyond the supposed arrival of humans in various regions. At several locations worldwide, carbon dates of 20,000, 30,000, or even 50,000 years appear in contexts that conventional archaeology insists should yield dates of only a few thousand years. More problematically, carbon dating becomes increasingly unreliable for very ancient samples due to contamination, calibration issues, and the breakdown of carbon-14 over extended time periods. For samples approaching 100,000 years in age, carbon dating reaches the limits of its accuracy, requiring alternative dating methods that often yield dramatically different results. Thermoluminescence dating of pottery and fired materials from ancient sites frequently returns dates thousands of years older than carbon dating of organic materials from the same contexts. Geological dating based on sediment layers, mineral formation, and tectonic activity often suggests much greater ages for archaeological sites than conventional methods indicate. The convergence of multiple dating techniques pointing to extreme antiquity cannot be dismissed as experimental error. The genetic evidence adds another layer to the dating controversy. Analysis of human DNA reveals bottlenecks in our genetic diversity that correspond to major population reductions in the past. These genetic signatures suggest that human populations have experienced dramatic collapses and recoveries multiple times over the past 200,000 years. Exactly what we might expect if advanced civilizations had risen and fallen during earlier interglacial periods. Mitochondrial DNA analysis indicates that all modern humans descend from a relatively small population that survived a catastrophic event approximately 74,000 years ago, possibly the Toba supervolcano eruption that triggered a volcanic winter lasting several years. But earlier genetic bottlenecks suggest similar population crashes 125,000 and 180,000 years ago, indicating that human civilizations may have reached complexity multiple times, only to be reset by global catastrophes. The implications of these dating dilemmas extend beyond academic archaeology into fundamental questions about human potential and historical memory. If we have built sophisticated civilizations before, if we have achieved technological capabilities that rival our current achievements, then the myths and legends preserved by cultures worldwide may be historical memories rather than fantasy. The flood myths found in virtually every ancient culture worldwide describe the destruction of advanced civilizations by global catastrophes. These myths preserve remarkably consistent details about technological achievements, mathematical knowledge, and engineering capabilities that predate the supposed invention of such technologies by thousands of years. Rather than dismissing these accounts as primitive mythology, the dating evidence suggests they may be ancestral memories of actual historical events. As we confront the breakdown of conventional timelines, our genetic memory stirs with recognition that we have walked this path before. The dating dilemma isn't just an academic problem, it's evidence that human consciousness, creativity, and technological capability have flowered previously in cycles that conventional history cannot accommodate. When history breaks down under the weight of evidence, we face the possibility that time itself operates differently than our linear assumptions suggest. Human development may not be a straight line from primitive to advanced, but a spiral that returns to similar achievements across vast cycles of time. The monuments, technologies, and knowledge systems we're discovering may not represent humanity's first attempt at greatness. They may be reminders of capabilities we've achieved before and can achieve again. The genetic memory encoded in our DNA carries forward not just biological inheritance, but cultural and technological knowledge accumulated across multiple cycles of human development. As we recognize the evidence for 100,000-year-old civilizations, we begin to remember that we are not history's first builders, but its continuation. In the genetic memory that stirs within us, when we contemplate impossible monuments and mathematical precision encoded in stone, we carry fragments of a world that existed before ice sheets carved new geography across continents. 100,000 years ago, when our DNA tells us we were already fully human, Earth wore a different face, one that could support the kind of advanced civilization whose traces we're only now beginning to recognize. The climate conditions of the last interglacial period, spanning roughly 130,000 to 115,000 years ago, created an environment more conducive to complex civilization than anything our current interglacial has offered. Global temperatures averaged 2 to 3 degrees Celsius, warmer than today, sufficient to maintain ice-free polar regions and dramatically higher sea levels. The Sahara bloomed green with rivers, forests, and lakes. Siberia supported temperate ecosystems where now only tundra survives. Europe's climate resembled that of the modern Mediterranean, while the Mediterranean itself was subtropical. These weren't marginal improvements over current conditions. They were optimal circumstances for large-scale human settlement and technological development. The stable, warm climate lasted for over 15,000 years, providing ample time for multiple generations to develop sophisticated knowledge systems, architectural achievements, and global communication networks. Compare this to our own recorded civilization, which has developed over merely 6,000 years within a climate system that geological evidence suggests is already approaching its end. Archaeological evidence of human behavioral modernity from this period challenges everything we think we know about our ancestors' capabilities. Tool assemblages from sites like Blombos Cave in South Africa, dated to over 100,000 years ago, reveal sophisticated symbolic thinking, artistic expression, and technological innovation. Ochre pigments ground to specific particle sizes for body painting, perforated shells transported hundreds of miles from their origins, geometric patterns engraved in stone. These artifacts document cognitive capabilities indistinguishable from those of modern humans. But the evidence extends far beyond individual artifacts to encompass settlement patterns suggesting large-scale social organization. Remote sensing analysis of coastal regions now underwater has identified geometric structures and aligned stone formations on continental shelves worldwide. These features, submerged when sea levels rose at the end of the ice ages, represent the remains of settlements that flourished when those areas were dry land during the last interglacial. The genetic evidence tells a story of human populations far larger and more diverse than conventional anthropology acknowledges for such ancient periods. Mitochondrial DNA analysis reveals multiple distinct lineages that diverged during the last interglacial, suggesting human populations numbered in the hundreds of thousands or millions, large enough to support specialized occupations, technological innovation, and the kind of social complexity required for monumental architecture. More intriguingly, these genetic lineages show evidence of rapid population expansion during the warm period, followed by severe bottlenecks coinciding with the onset of glacial conditions around 115,000 years ago. The pattern suggests that human populations not only achieved large numbers during optimal climate conditions, but also developed complex societies that were vulnerable to environmental changes, exactly what we might expect from advanced civilizations dependent on stable climate systems. The survivors of these population bottlenecks carried forward genetic memories encoded not just in DNA, but in cultural practices, mythological narratives, and technological knowledge that persisted through the ice ages. Indigenous cultures worldwide preserve flood myths, stories of advanced ancestors, and technological traditions that seem to reference capabilities far beyond what we attribute to Ice Age peoples. Aboriginal Australian songlines map the continent with accuracy that suggests sophisticated surveying techniques and astronomical knowledge. These oral traditions, maintained across tens of thousands of years, encode information about landscape features, water sources, and travel routes with precision that rivals modern GPS systems. Recent archaeological discoveries along songline routes have uncovered megalithic structures and precisely aligned stone arrangements that suggest the traditions preserve memories of actual engineering achievements. Similar patterns appear in the mythological traditions of cultures separated by vast distances and apparently isolated from each other for tens of thousands of years. The consistency of these traditions describing advanced ancestors who possessed mathematical knowledge, engineering capabilities, and global communication networks suggests they preserve historical memories rather than independent mythological inventions. The scattered descendants of the pre-Diluvian civilization appear to have deliberately preserved knowledge through the ice ages, using methods designed to survive catastrophic social disruption. Mystery schools, initiation traditions, and esoteric knowledge systems found in cultures worldwide share remarkably similar mathematical concepts, astronomical observations, and architectural principles. These traditions may represent fragments of a comprehensive knowledge system developed during the last interglacial and maintained through the subsequent glacial period by small groups of survivors. Evidence of these survivor populations appears in unexpected places throughout the archaeological record. Advanced tool technologies, sophisticated artistic traditions, and complex symbolic systems appear suddenly in the archaeological record at various times and places during the last glacial period, without evidence of gradual development. Rather than representing independent innovations, these may be instances of survivor populations sharing preserved knowledge with local hunter-gatherer groups. The genetic memory that connects us to these pre-Diluvian ancestors manifests not just in DNA, but in persistent human behaviors that seem disproportionate to our supposed evolutionary background. Our compulsive need to build monuments, to encode meaning in mathematical relationships, to seek patterns in celestial movements, to create art that transcends practical necessity. These drives may be genetic echoes of capabilities that flourished during Earth's previous period of optimal climate conditions. As ice began to accumulate in polar regions around 115,000 years ago, the advanced human populations of the last interglacial faced the same challenge that confronts us today: how to maintain complex civilization during periods of climatic instability. Some may have fled to regions less affected by cooling temperatures. Others may have adapted their technologies to harsher conditions. But many appear to have chosen a different strategy, entirely going underground, both literally and metaphorically, to wait out the coming ice age. The underground cities discovered across Turkey, the network of tunnels found beneath the Sahara, the carved chambers hidden within mountain ranges worldwide, these may not be random prehistoric shelters, but components of a deliberate preservation strategy implemented by survivors who understood that their surface civilization was doomed by changing climate conditions. In the depths of our genetic memory, we may carry not just the biological inheritance of these pre-Diluvian peoples, but their knowledge, their achievements, and their strategy for civilizational survival. As we face our own period of climate instability, we may be unconsciously following patterns established by ancestors who faced similar challenges 100,000 years ago and found ways to ensure that knowledge, capability, and human potential survived the coming darkness. The minds that conceived and executed monuments encoding Earth's precise dimensions in stone were not primitive hunter-gatherers stumbling toward mathematical insights through trial and error. They were master architects working within a comprehensive knowledge system that integrated mathematics, physics, astronomy, and consciousness into unified technologies that we're only beginning to understand. Their signatures in stone reveal intellectual capabilities that challenge every assumption about the linear progression of human knowledge. Their understanding of mathematics extended far beyond practical calculation into realms that we consider advanced theoretical concepts. The pyramid builders demonstrated mastery of transcendental numbers pi, phi, and e, incorporating these constants into architectural relationships with precision that requires deep mathematical comprehension. But they went further, encoding these relationships in ways that suggest they understood mathematical principles we've only recently discovered. The golden ratio appears not just in isolated measurements, but woven throughout entire architectural complexes in ways that create harmonic resonances between different structures. At sites worldwide, the proportional relationships between buildings, chambers, and alignments follow mathematical sequences that optimize acoustic properties, electromagnetic field characteristics, and even psychological effects on human consciousness. This suggests they possessed unified field theories that connected mathematics, physics, and consciousness decades before we developed such concepts. Their grasp of physics encompassed principles that we're still struggling to integrate into comprehensive theories. Evidence of acoustic technologies, electromagnetic field manipulation, and what appears to be gravitational field modification indicates they achieved practical applications of physics that we understand, theoretically, but cannot yet implement. The precision stonework, the impossible transportation of massive blocks, the electromagnetic phenomena detected at ancient sites, these represent applied physics that transcends our current engineering capabilities. Perhaps most remarkably, their astronomical knowledge encompassed not just observational accuracy, but predictive capabilities that span geological time periods. The stellar alignments encoded in monuments worldwide track celestial movements across multiple precession cycles, accounting for stellar proper motion, galactic rotation, and long-term orbital mechanics. This suggests they possessed computational capabilities that could model celestial mechanics across tens of thousands of years with accuracy that we've achieved only through computer-assisted calculations. But their knowledge system integrated these technical capabilities with global communication networks that coordinated construction projects across continents with precision that challenges our understanding of ancient logistics. The mathematical relationships between sites separated by thousands of miles, the consistent use of measurement standards from Egypt to South America, the synchronized astronomical alignments at locations with no supposed contact, these indicate communication and coordination systems that functioned on a planetary scale. Recent analysis of geometric relationships between major ancient sites reveals they were positioned according to a global grid that divides Earth's surface into mathematically precise segments. This grid aligns with natural electromagnetic field lines, geological stress patterns, and gravitational anomalies in ways that suggest the builders understood Earth as an integrated energy system. They weren't just placing monuments randomly, they were creating a planetary network designed to function as a unified technological system. The standardization of measurement systems across supposedly isolated civilizations provides compelling evidence of centralized knowledge distribution. The ancient unit systems found in Egypt, Britain, Peru, and Asia show mathematical relationships that require deliberate coordination rather than coincidental development. Someone was maintaining measurement standards across continents and ensuring their consistent application in construction projects worldwide. Archaeological evidence suggests these standards were maintained through institutions that combined scientific knowledge with spiritual practice. The mystery schools, initiation traditions, and sacred mathematical teachings found in cultures worldwide share remarkably similar concepts and methods. These institutions appear to have functioned as repositories of technical knowledge, training centers for specialized craftsmen, and communication networks that transcended local political boundaries. The integration of science and spirituality in their knowledge systems challenges our modern tendency to separate technical and mystical approaches to understanding reality. Their monuments demonstrate that they understood consciousness as a fundamental aspect of physics rather than an epiphenomenon of brain activity. The acoustic properties designed into chambers worldwide, the electromagnetic field characteristics of specific locations, the geometric relationships that optimize human brainwave patterns. These suggest technologies that worked directly with consciousness as a manipulable aspect of reality. Evidence from multiple sites indicates they developed what we might recognize as consciousness-assisted technology systems that required human awareness and intention to function properly. The acoustic resonance chambers found in pyramids worldwide appear designed to amplify specific brainwave states that enhance mathematical reasoning, spatial visualization, and what we might call psychic functioning. These weren't just buildings. They were instruments designed to enhance human cognitive capabilities. Their architectural achievements suggest they understood matter at levels that were only approaching through quantum physics. The precision fitting of massive stone blocks without mortar, the electromagnetic properties of specific mineral compositions, the integration of crystalline materials into structural systems. These indicate knowledge of matter manipulation that transcends mechanical engineering approaches. Recent electromagnetic surveys of ancient sites reveal patterns of conductivity and field generation that appear to be deliberately designed features rather than accidental properties. Some monuments appear to function as massive technological instruments that interact with Earth's electromagnetic field, atmospheric electrical phenomena, and cosmic radiation in ways that suggest sophisticated understanding of planetary energy systems. The mathematical relationships embedded in their architecture reveal intellectual capabilities that encompass not just technical knowledge, but creative vision that spans thousands of years. They weren't just building monuments for their own use. They were creating information systems designed to communicate across deep time with descendants who would redevelop the mathematical sophistication necessary to decode their messages. Their consciousness integration technologies may have enabled cognitive capabilities that transcend individual brain limitations. The consistent mathematical knowledge, technical precision, and creative vision demonstrated across their global network suggests they achieved forms of collective intelligence that allowed individual minds to access accumulated knowledge and coordinate complex projects without conventional communication methods. As we recognize the signatures of these master architects in monuments worldwide, our genetic memory stirs with recognition of capabilities that may have been standard features of human consciousness during optimal developmental conditions. The drive to build, to encode meaning in mathematical relationships, to reach toward the eternal through precise engineering. These may be inherited capabilities that await the proper conditions to manifest fully. The master architects of the first civilization achieved integration of technical knowledge and consciousness capabilities that represents a developmental path our current civilization has barely begun to explore. Their monuments stand as reminders that human potential encompasses capabilities we've forgotten how to access, technologies we've lost track of developing, and approaches to reality that could transform our understanding of what it means to be human. In the depths of our genetic memory, their knowledge persists, waiting for conditions that will allow their achievements to flower again in human consciousness. We are not just studying their monuments. We are remembering capabilities that may be our birthright as fully realized human beings. The monuments scattered across Earth's surface function as more than architectural achievements or religious centers. They operate as components of the most sophisticated information storage and retrieval system ever created, designed to preserve critical knowledge across catastrophic interruptions in human civilization. Each pyramid, stone circle, and megalithic complex represents a node in a global library that encodes essential information in forms that can survive ice ages, floods, earthquakes, and the collapse of technological societies. The encoding methods demonstrate intellectual sophistication that transforms seemingly simple geometric relationships into multidimensional information systems. At Giza, the mathematical constants embedded in the Great Pyramid's dimensions preserve not just abstract numbers, but practical knowledge essential for rebuilding technological civilization. The speed of light encoded in the pyramid's coordinates. Earth's dimensions preserved in proportional relationships. The precession of equinoxes, tracked through stellar alignments that span 26,000 years. But the information density goes far deeper than individual measurements. The pyramid functions as a three-dimensional mathematical treatise that preserves advanced knowledge about physics, astronomy, and engineering through geometric relationships that remain constant regardless of measurement systems or cultural contexts. Someone designing an information storage system for maximum longevity would choose exactly these methods, universal mathematical constants that remain valid regardless of technological capabilities or linguistic evolution. Sacred geometry emerges from this analysis not as mystical symbolism, but as a universal language that communicates complex information through spatial relationships. The geometric patterns found at ancient sites worldwide encode mathematical knowledge, astronomical data, and engineering principles using proportional relationships that transcend cultural and linguistic barriers. A civilization that understood mathematics could decode these patterns regardless of their specific technological achievements or cultural background. The pentagram, hexagon, and other geometric forms found at sites worldwide represent standardized information modules within this universal language. Each geometric relationship encodes specific mathematical constants, astronomical cycles, or physical principles. Combined in architectural complexes, these geometric modules create comprehensive information systems that preserve interconnected knowledge about multiple scientific disciplines. Recent computer analysis of the geometric relationships at major sites reveals they function as primitive but effective computational systems. The stone arrangements at Stonehenge, for example, can be used to calculate lunar eclipses, track planetary movements, and predict seasonal changes with accuracy that rivals modern astronomical software. The builders created analog computers from stone that remain functional after thousands of years without maintenance or external power sources. The astronomical calendars embedded in monuments worldwide preserve timekeeping systems that span periods far longer than any individual civilization could maintain through cultural continuity. The Mayan long count calendar, extending over 5,000 years, represents only a fragment of longer cyclical systems encoded in architectural alignments worldwide. These systems track not just human timescales, but geological and astronomical cycles that affect planetary habitability across tens of thousands of years. The calendar systems reveal sophisticated understanding of cyclical catastrophes that threaten human civilization at predictable intervals. The 12,000-year cycle tracked by various ancient cultures corresponds closely to magnetic pole reversal periods, ice age cycles, and cosmic impact frequencies detected by modern geological research. The monuments preserve warnings about these cyclical threats and encode instructions for civilizational survival during catastrophic periods. Evidence suggests the builders understood that human civilization faces periodic resets due to natural catastrophe cycles, and designed their information storage system specifically to preserve essential knowledge across these discontinuities. The most critical information mathematical constants, astronomical cycles, engineering principles, and catastrophe warnings is encoded redundantly across multiple sites using different methodologies to maximize preservation probability. The pyramid complexes worldwide, appear to function as master repositories containing the most comprehensive information packages within the global library system. Their mathematical sophistication, astronomical alignments, and technological requirements suggest they preserve advanced scientific knowledge that becomes accessible only when human civilization redevelops sufficient mathematical sophistication to decode the embedded information. But the library system extends beyond technical knowledge to encompass what appears to be spiritual or consciousness-related information. The acoustic properties designed into many monuments create specific brainwave entrainment effects that appear to enhance intuitive knowledge access. The electromagnetic field characteristics of certain sites influence human consciousness in ways that facilitate deeper understanding of encoded information. This suggests the library system was designed to work with human consciousness as an active component rather than passive recipient of information. The monuments may require specific consciousness states to unlock their full information content, creating a safeguard system that makes advanced knowledge accessible only to individuals or groups with sufficient spiritual development to use it responsibly. Recent research into the electromagnetic properties of ancient sites reveals they were positioned at locations with natural field anomalies that affect human consciousness and cognitive functioning. These positions appear deliberately chosen to enhance the information access capabilities of individuals studying the encoded knowledge. The builders integrated consciousness research with their information storage technology to create a system that works with human awareness rather than merely presenting data for intellectual analysis. The global scope of the library system suggests it was designed to survive not just local catastrophes, but planetary-scale disruptions that could eliminate all surface civilizations. The redundant encoding across multiple continents, the use of imperishable stone construction, and the positioning at geologically stable locations indicate planning for catastrophes that could reset human development to Stone Age conditions. The mathematical and astronomical knowledge encoded in the monuments includes information that becomes useful only when civilizations reach specific developmental milestones. The mathematical constants become relevant when cultures develop advanced geometry. The astronomical data becomes meaningful when societies achieve sophisticated calendrical systems. The engineering information becomes applicable when civilizations develop monumental construction capabilities. This graduated revelation system suggests the library was designed to guide redeveloping civilizations through specific knowledge acquisition sequences that optimize their developmental stability. Rather than overwhelming primitive societies with advanced information they couldn't integrate safely, the system releases knowledge at appropriate developmental stages. As our current civilization decodes more information from these ancient libraries, we face the humbling recognition that we may be following a predetermined curriculum left by ancestors who survived previous cycles of civilizational rise and collapse. Our rediscovery of mathematical constants, astronomical cycles, and consciousness research may represent not original discoveries, but the retrieval of information deliberately preserved for our developmental stage. The genetic memory stirring within us as we study these monuments may be more than psychological response to impressive architecture. It may be activation of inherited knowledge systems that connect us directly to the information encoded in stone. We may be designed to interface with this ancient library system, to retrieve knowledge that becomes accessible when we achieve sufficient cognitive development to handle it responsibly. The Great Library encoded in monuments worldwide represents the most ambitious knowledge preservation project in human history, designed to ensure that essential information survives catastrophic interruptions in technological development. As we learn to read its contents, we discover that we are not developing new knowledge, but remembering information that our ancestors considered essential for human survival and development across deep time. The catastrophe that ended Earth's first advanced civilization left signatures written in ice cores, geological strata, and genetic bottlenecks that tell a story of planetary trauma so severe it reset human development to Stone Age conditions. Around 115,000 years ago, at the peak of the last interglacial period, when human civilization had achieved global integration and technological sophistication, Earth experienced a cascade of disasters that eliminated advanced societies and drove the survivors underground, literally and culturally. The cosmic impact evidence emerges from geological surveys that reveal massive crater formations and shocked mineral deposits dating to approximately 115,000 years ago. Unlike the well-known Chicxulub impact that eliminated the dinosaurs, these impacts appear to represent multiple objects striking Earth in rapid succession, suggesting encounters with debris fields from comet fragmentations or asteroid clusters. The impact sites, distributed across multiple continents, indicate globally distributed destruction that no surface civilization could have survived intact. Analysis of deep-sea sediment cores reveals iridium anomalies, shocked quartz formations, and microscopic diamonds consistent with cosmic impact events during the transition from the last interglacial to the glacial period that followed. These markers appear in geological strata worldwide, confirming that the impact effects were global rather than regional. The timing coincides precisely with the rapid climate deterioration that ended the warm, stable conditions that had supported advanced human populations for over 15,000 years. But cosmic impacts were only the beginning of a cascade of catastrophes that transformed Earth's climate system and eliminated the environmental conditions that had allowed complex civilizations to flourish. The impacts triggered massive volcanic activity as shock waves propagated through Earth's crust, destabilizing magma systems and creating prolonged periods of volcanic winter. Ash and sulfur compounds injected into the atmosphere reduced solar radiation and initiated rapid global cooling. The magnetic field evidence suggests Earth experienced a magnetic pole reversal during this same period, temporarily weakening the magnetosphere that protects the planet from cosmic radiation. Weakened magnetic shielding allowed increased cosmic ray bombardment that further disrupted climate systems and created hazardous radiation conditions for surface life. The combination of impacts, volcanism, and magnetic field disruption created a perfect storm of catastrophic conditions. Ice core data from Greenland and Antarctica reveals that the transition from interglacial to glacial conditions occurred with stunning rapidity. Temperature drops of 10–15 degrees Celsius occurred within decades rather than centuries, too fast for complex societies to adapt their agricultural systems, transportation networks, and urban infrastructures. The speed of climate change explains how advanced civilizations could disappear so completely from the archaeological record. The genetic bottleneck evidence confirms the severity of the population crash that accompanied these environmental catastrophes. Mitochondrial DNA analysis reveals that human populations crashed to perhaps as few as 10,000 individuals worldwide during this period, representing a population reduction of over 99%. This bottleneck eliminated the population density necessary to maintain technological specialization, monument construction, and global communication networks. But the survivors of this catastrophe appear to have been prepared for such events. The underground cities discovered across Turkey, the network of tunnels beneath the Sahara, the carved chambers within mountain ranges worldwide. These represent more than random prehistoric shelters. They appear to be components of a deliberate survival strategy implemented by a civilization that understood cyclical catastrophes and prepared accordingly. The underground complexes demonstrate engineering sophistication that rivals the surface monuments built during the previous interglacial period. Multi-level excavations with sophisticated ventilation systems, water management networks, and communication tunnels suggest they were designed to support large populations for extended periods during surface catastrophes. Recent surveys using ground-penetrating radar reveal that many of these underground networks are far more extensive than previously recognized. The Agartha legends preserved by cultures worldwide may represent cultural memories of these underground survival colonies. Descriptions of advanced subterranean civilizations maintaining technological capabilities while surface populations regress to primitive conditions correspond closely to the archaeological evidence of sophisticated underground construction during the transition to glacial conditions. Carbon dating of organic materials from the deepest levels of these underground complexes returns dates that correspond to the catastrophic period around 115,000 years ago, suggesting they were occupied during the transition from the last interglacial to the glacial period that followed. The excavations appear to have been deliberately sealed from the surface, creating time capsules that preserved evidence of technological capabilities until surface conditions became favorable for reoccupation. The survival strategy appears to have included not just physical preservation underground, but cultural preservation through encoded knowledge systems that could survive the collapse of technological civilization. The mystery schools, initiation traditions, and esoteric knowledge systems found in cultures worldwide may represent fragments of comprehensive survival protocols developed during the previous interglacial period. These cultural preservation systems were designed to maintain essential knowledge through oral traditions that could survive for thousands of years without written records or technological support. Mathematical concepts, astronomical observations, and engineering principles were encoded in mythological narratives, ritual practices, and architectural traditions that preserved technical information through cultural methods rather than technological storage. The survivors who emerged from underground refugia during the current interglacial period carried genetic memories of advanced capabilities that manifested as persistent drives to recreate the monuments, mathematical knowledge, and technological achievements of their ancestors. The compulsive need to build pyramids, to encode astronomical knowledge in stone, and to recreate the global networks of their predecessors may represent inherited survival strategies activated by improving climate conditions. Evidence suggests some underground colonies maintained higher levels of technological capability than surface populations that had reverted to hunter-gatherer lifestyles. Occasional contact between these hidden populations and surface cultures may explain the sudden appearance of advanced knowledge and sophisticated technologies at various points in the archaeological record without evidence of gradual development. The disappearance of Earth's first civilization represents not complete extinction, but strategic retreat underground, combined with cultural preservation systems designed to maintain knowledge through catastrophic interruptions in surface habitability. The survivors created a civilizational continuity system that could preserve human potential across ice ages and cosmic catastrophes. As we recognize the evidence for cyclical catastrophes that threaten planetary civilization, we may be unconsciously following survival strategies developed by ancestors who faced similar threats 100,000 years ago. Our current emphasis on underground installations, knowledge preservation systems, and global communication networks may represent genetic memories of successful survival strategies activated by approaching environmental instabilities. The genetic memory stirring within us carries not just biological inheritance, but survival wisdom accumulated across multiple cycles of civilizational rise and catastrophic reset. As we face our own period of environmental instability and potential catastrophic threats, we may be accessing inherited knowledge about how human consciousness and technological capability can survive planetary disasters through strategic preparation and cultural preservation. The first civilization's disappearance represents not failure, but successful implementation of survival strategies that ensured human potential could survive and re-emerge during favorable conditions. We are not just studying their remnants, we are inheriting their survival legacy. In the ruins scattered across continents, separated by vast oceans and supposedly isolated by tens of thousands of years, the same mathematical constants appear with such precision and consistency that coincidence becomes impossible to maintain as an explanation. When you trace your finger along the measurements of the Great Pyramid, calculate the proportions of Stonehenge, or analyze the geometric relationships at Angkor Wat, you encounter the same transcendental numbers appearing again and again, pi, phi, and mathematical relationships that our civilization spent centuries rediscovering. The golden ratio phi, with its infinite decimal progression of 1.618033988, appears woven throughout ancient architecture with a persistence that suggests not decorative choice but functional necessity. At the Parthenon in Athens, supposedly built by a civilization that lacked advanced mathematics, the golden ratio governs not just the facade proportions, but the internal structural relationships that have kept the building standing for over 2 millennia. The same proportional system appears in the internal chambers of the Great Pyramid, the stone arrangements at Karnak in Brittany, and the layout of temple complexes in Cambodia built by cultures with no supposed historical contact. But phi's appearance in ancient architecture transcends simple aesthetic preference. Recent acoustic analysis reveals that structures incorporating golden ratio proportions create harmonic resonance patterns that affect human consciousness in measurable ways. Brainwave monitoring of individuals within phi proportion chambers shows consistent shifts toward alpha and theta states associated with enhanced creativity, mathematical intuition, and what researchers carefully term non-ordinary awareness states. The builders weren't just incorporating beautiful proportions, they were creating consciousness-altering environments using mathematical principles that optimize human cognitive functioning. The golden ratio appears in these structures because it represents a fundamental harmonic relationship that resonates with human neural architecture at frequencies that enhance mental clarity and intuitive problem-solving capabilities. Pi, the ratio between a circle's circumference and diameter, appears in ancient monuments with precision that challenges everything we believe about primitive mathematical capabilities. The Great Pyramid encodes pi to 15 decimal places in the relationship between its height and base perimeter. Stonehenge incorporates pi in the proportional relationships between its various stone circles. The Mississippian mound builders of North America used pi-based calculations in earthwork constructions that span hundreds of miles. The consistency of pi's appearance across supposedly isolated cultures points to something far more significant than independent mathematical discovery. These civilizations were working from a shared knowledge base that included advanced mathematical constants as standard design elements. Someone had calculated pi to extraordinary precision and disseminated this knowledge through global networks that conventional archaeology insists couldn't have existed. Even more remarkable is the appearance of measurements that wouldn't be standardized until the 18th century. The meter defined in 1791 as 1/10,000,000th of the distance from Earth's equator to the North Pole appears as a fundamental unit throughout ancient construction worldwide. The Great Pyramid's chamber dimensions, when measured in meters, yield whole numbers and simple fractions. Stonehenge's measurements convert to metric relationships with stunning precision. Ancient sites across South America incorporate metric-based calculations in their architectural planning. This suggests the ancient builders didn't just understand Earth's dimensions, they had established a global measurement system based on planetary proportions thousands of years before we achieved similar capabilities. They were using Earth itself as the fundamental measuring rod, creating architectural standards that remained consistent across continents because they were derived from universal physical constants rather than arbitrary cultural conventions. The harmonic resonance properties built into ancient chambers reveal sophisticated understanding of acoustic mathematics that we're only beginning to rediscover. The King's Chamber in the Great Pyramid resonates at 438 Hz, when struck a frequency that corresponds to the mathematical relationship between Earth's dimensions and the speed of light. The chambers at Newgrange in Ireland create standing wave patterns that focus sound into precise geometric forms. The underground chambers at Hypogeum in Malta generate infrasonic frequencies that induce altered consciousness states in human visitors. These acoustic properties weren't accidental results of construction. They were deliberately designed features that required advanced mathematical modeling of sound wave behavior, material resonance characteristics, and the interaction between acoustic frequencies and human neural activity. The builders created what we might recognize as consciousness research laboratories disguised as religious or ceremonial structures. The energy focusing and amplification properties discovered at ancient sites suggest integration of mathematical knowledge with what appears to be early electromagnetic technology. Pyramid structures worldwide show evidence of electrical conductivity that varies with atmospheric conditions, creating natural lightning rod effects during storms. The precisely positioned quartz crystals found in megalithic structures generate piezoelectric effects when subjected to pressure, converting mechanical stress into electrical energy. The mathematical relationships governing these energy systems demonstrate knowledge of electromagnetic field theory that wasn't officially developed until the 19th century. The builders understood how to position conductive materials, crystalline structures, and architectural geometries to create electromagnetic field effects that could focus, amplify, and manipulate energy in ways that served both practical and consciousness-related purposes. Recent electromagnetic surveys of ancient sites reveal they were positioned at locations with natural field anomalies that interact with the architectural geometries to create complex electromagnetic standing wave patterns. These patterns appear designed to interface with human bioelectric fields in ways that enhance cognitive functioning, particularly mathematical reasoning and spatial visualization capabilities. The universal appearance of these mathematical constants across ancient cultures, separated by vast distances and time periods, points to a shared heritage of advanced mathematical knowledge that survived the catastrophic events that ended the first civilization. The survivors who emerged from underground refugia carried with them not just genetic memories, but practical knowledge of mathematical relationships that optimize architectural stability, acoustic properties, electromagnetic effects, and consciousness enhancement capabilities. As our current civilization rediscovers these mathematical principles through quantum physics, consciousness research, and advanced materials science, we find ourselves following pathways that were already mapped by ancestors who achieved mathematical sophistication during optimal climate conditions 100,000 years ago. Our universities teach concepts that may be rediscoveries of knowledge systems preserved through the ice ages, in stone monuments designed to function as eternal libraries. The genetic memory stirring within us when we encounter these mathematical relationships may be more than aesthetic appreciation. It may be recognition of inherited knowledge systems that connect us directly to the mathematical legacy of Earth's first advanced civilization. We may be designed to resonate with these mathematical constants because they represent optimal relationships for human cognitive functioning and technological development. The sacred mathematics appearing across ancient cultures worldwide reveals not primitive peoples stumbling toward mathematical insights, but inheritors of a comprehensive mathematical knowledge system that understood the fundamental relationships governing consciousness, matter, energy, and time. As we decode their mathematical blueprint, we discover that human mathematical capability may be far older and far more sophisticated than our linear developmental models suggest. The monuments rising from landscapes across Earth function as more than impressive architecture or religious centers. They operate as sophisticated astronomical instruments that track, predict, and encode celestial movements across time periods that span multiple ice ages and civilizational cycles. These stone computers calculate astronomical phenomena with accuracy that matches modern computerized predictions, revealing mathematical capabilities and observational knowledge that challenges everything we believe about ancient scientific achievements. The precession of equinoxes, Earth's 26,000-year wobble that causes the apparent positions of stars to shift gradually over millennia, appears encoded in monuments worldwide with precision that requires continuous observation and mathematical calculation across hundreds of generations. At Giza, the stellar alignments of the pyramid complex correspond not to star positions when the monuments were supposedly built, but to stellar configurations from approximately 100,000 years ago, when Orion appeared in the precise position reflected in the ground plan of the three main pyramids. But encoding precession cycles requires more than single-generation observation. It demands sustained astronomical programs that track stellar movements across periods longer than any individual civilization could maintain through cultural continuity alone. The accuracy of precession calculations found at ancient sites suggests astronomical observation. Programs that continued unbroken for tens of thousands of years, maintained by institutions that survived multiple catastrophic interruptions in surface civilization. Stonehenge demonstrates astronomical calculation capabilities that transform our understanding of Neolithic mathematical sophistication. The monument functions as a mechanical computer that predicts lunar eclipses with accuracy that wasn't achieved by written astronomical traditions until the development of mathematical astronomy in ancient Greece. The positioning of stones creates sightlines that track not just basic solar and lunar cycles, but complex interactions between multiple celestial bodies that require advanced mathematical modeling to predict accurately. Gerald Hawkins' computerized analysis of Stonehenge alignments revealed that the monument encodes eclipse prediction cycles that account for the complex interactions between Earth's orbital mechanics, lunar orbital variations, and the precession of equinoxes. The stone positions function as calculation devices that could predict eclipses decades in advance, using mechanical analog computation methods that remained accurate regardless of cultural disruptions that might interrupt written astronomical records. The eclipse prediction capabilities built into monuments worldwide suggest ancient astronomical programs that understood celestial mechanics as integrated systems rather than isolated phenomena. The Mayan calendar systems, extending over 5,000 years into the future, predict not just solar and lunar cycles, but Venus cycles, Mars cycles, and complex planetary alignments that require understanding of orbital mechanics that wasn't officially developed until Kepler's laws in the 17th century. But Mayan astronomical calculations extend far beyond planetary orbital periods into galactic-scale phenomena that modern astronomy has only recently begun to understand. The end date of the Mayan long count calendar, December 21st, 2012, corresponds precisely to the alignment of the winter solstice sun with the galactic center as viewed from Earth, an astronomical event that occurs only once every 26,000 years due to precession of equinoxes. This galactic alignment calculation requires not just observation of local stellar movements, but understanding of our solar system's position within the Milky Way galaxy and the effects of galactic rotation on apparent stellar positions over time periods spanning tens of thousands of years. The mathematical sophistication required for such calculations rivals modern astrophysical modeling capabilities that depend on advanced computers and global telescope networks. The stellar calendars embedded in monuments worldwide preserve timekeeping systems that account for multiple overlapping astronomical cycles with precision that enables accurate calendar maintenance across geological time periods. The astronomical knowledge encoded at Nabta Playa in Egypt tracks stellar movements that span 6,000 years, accounting for precession effects that shift star positions significantly over such extended periods. These extended calendar systems reveal understanding of time as a complex phenomenon involving multiple nested cycles rather than simple linear progression. The astronomical computers built in stone track solar years, lunar months, Venus cycles, eclipse patterns, precession cycles, and galactic alignments as integrated systems that affect Earth's climate, magnetic field, and biological cycles in ways that modern science is only beginning to recognize. The connection to galactic center alignments encoded in ancient monuments suggests astronomical knowledge that encompasses our solar system's position within galactic structure and movement patterns. The builders understood that our solar system orbits the galactic center in a cycle, lasting approximately 240 million years, and that this galactic movement affects cosmic radiation exposure, climate stability, and electromagnetic field variations that influence planetary habitability. Recent astronomical research confirms that our solar system's movement through the galactic plane exposes Earth to varying levels of cosmic radiation that correlate with ice age cycles, extinction events, and magnetic pole reversals. The ancient astronomical computers appear to have tracked these galactic influences and encoded warnings about periods of increased cosmic radiation exposure that threaten surface civilizations. The alignment of major monuments with galactic coordinates suggests they were positioned to function as early warning systems that could predict when Earth's galactic position would create hazardous cosmic radiation conditions. The astronomical calculations preserved in stone may represent survival information designed to help future civilizations recognize and prepare for cyclical threats that operate on galactic timescales. The precision of ancient astronomical observations reveals observation programs that maintained continuous skywatching for thousands of years, recording stellar positions and movement patterns with accuracy that rivals modern astronomical measurements. The star maps encoded in monuments worldwide demonstrate observational capabilities that required sophisticated instruments, mathematical analysis methods, and institutional continuity that survived multiple social disruptions. Evidence suggests ancient astronomical programs employed observation techniques that we're only rediscovering through modern technology. The acoustic properties of many astronomical sites appear designed to amplify subtle sound phenomena that correlate with electromagnetic field variations caused by solar and planetary influences. These sites may have functioned as early radio astronomy installations that detected electromagnetic signals from celestial sources centuries before we understood electromagnetic radiation. The astronomical computers built in stone preserve calculation methods that integrate multiple mathematical disciplines, geometry, trigonometry, calculus concepts, and statistical analysis into unified computational systems that could model complex astronomical phenomena using mechanical analog methods. These stone computers remained functional across thousands of years without maintenance, power sources, or technological support systems. As our current civilization develops increasingly sophisticated astronomical observation capabilities, we find ourselves rediscovering knowledge that was already encoded in monuments built during previous periods of human development. Our space telescopes confirm astronomical phenomena that ancient observers tracked using stone instruments designed to function as permanent astronomical laboratories. The genetic memory stirring within us when we contemplate these astronomical achievements may represent inherited knowledge of our species' deeper relationship with cosmic cycles and galactic influences. The compulsive human drive to track celestial movements, predict astronomical events, and encode timekeeping systems may be evolutionary adaptations that helped our ancestors survive cyclical cosmic threats. The Stone Age star maps scattered across Earth preserve not just astronomical observations, but survival information about cosmic influences that affect planetary habitability across cycles that span hundreds of thousands of years. As we decode their astronomical legacy, we discover that human consciousness may be fundamentally connected to galactic rhythms that influence our development across time periods that encompass multiple rises and falls of technological civilization. The evidence carved into stone, melted into metal, and embedded in the very structure of ancient monuments reveals technological capabilities that transcend the primitive tool categories that archaeology insists were the limits of ancient human achievement. When you examine the surgical precision of cuts that slice through the hardest materials on Earth, the transportation and positioning of blocks weighing hundreds of tons, and the integration of electromagnetic phenomena into architectural systems, you encounter technologies that we struggle to replicate even with modern industrial capabilities. The precision stone cutting techniques found at sites worldwide demonstrate capabilities that surpass what we can achieve using the copper chisels, stone hammers, and bronze tools that conventional archaeology claims represent the pinnacle of ancient technology. At Pumapunku in Bolivia, andesite blocks among the hardest stones on Earth show evidence of cutting, drilling, and polishing that creates surfaces smoother than modern machine shop standards. The precision of internal corners, the uniformity of surface finish, and the accuracy of geometric relationships indicate manufacturing processes that require sophisticated tool control and measurement systems. Analysis of the cutting marks reveals tool signatures that don't match any known ancient metalworking capabilities. The cut surfaces show characteristics consistent with diamond-tipped rotating tools, ultrasonic machining, or high-energy cutting methods that weren't officially developed until the 20th century. Yet these precision cuts appear in contexts that carbon dating places thousands of years before such technologies were supposedly invented. Christopher Dunn's engineering analysis of Egyptian stonework reveals drilling techniques that achieve feed rates exceeding modern diamond-tipped drill capabilities. The spiral patterns preserved in unfinished drill holes indicate consistent pressure and rotation speeds that require mechanical systems far more sophisticated than hand-powered tools. The drilling rates calculated from these spiral patterns suggest power densities that exceed what human muscle power could generate, even with optimal mechanical advantage systems. The ultrasonic machining signatures found in ancient stonework reveal understanding of high-frequency vibration effects that weren't discovered until modern materials science research. Ultrasonic machining uses precisely controlled acoustic frequencies to gradually wear away material through microfracturing effects that create extremely smooth surface finishes. The acoustic properties designed into many ancient monuments suggest they may have functioned as ultrasonic workshops that used sound waves as cutting and shaping tools. But the evidence extends far beyond cutting techniques into transportation and positioning capabilities that challenge our understanding of ancient engineering resources. The massive stone blocks at Baalbek, Lebanon, some weighing over 800 tons, were not only quarried with precision, but transported from distant quarries and positioned with accuracy that requires engineering capabilities rivaling modern heavy lifting equipment. Recent analysis of megalithic sites worldwide reveals transportation evidence that suggests methods fundamentally different from the rope, roller, and inclined plane systems that conventional archaeology proposes. The absence of intermediate damage, the precision of final positioning, and the integration of massive blocks into complex geometric arrangements indicate transportation methods that could move enormous masses without the infrastructure requirements that modern heavy machinery demands. Acoustic levitation theories, once dismissed as pseudoscientific speculation, gain credibility from laboratory demonstrations of ultrasonic levitation effects and the discovery of precise acoustic properties built into ancient construction sites. Research has demonstrated that focused acoustic fields can reduce the effective weight of objects by creating standing wave patterns that counteract gravitational effects. The acoustic resonance chambers found at megalithic sites worldwide appear designed to generate the specific frequency combinations required for acoustic levitation effects. The integration of acoustic levitation with the transportation of massive stone blocks requires understanding of wave mechanics, frequency generation, and field focusing that wasn't officially developed until modern acoustic engineering research. Yet, evidence of acoustic levitation capabilities appears at ancient sites that predate written mathematical traditions by thousands of years, suggesting technological knowledge that survived from earlier periods of advanced human development. Electromagnetic manipulation evidence found at ancient sites reveals integration of electrical phenomena into architectural systems that created functional electromagnetic field effects. The Great Pyramid demonstrates electrical conductivity characteristics that vary with atmospheric conditions, creating natural capacitor effects that accumulate and discharge electrical energy during weather changes. The precise positioning of conductive and insulating materials within the structure suggests deliberate electromagnetic engineering rather than accidental electrical properties. The piezoelectric effects generated by quartz crystals embedded in megalithic structures convert mechanical pressure into electrical energy, creating power generation systems that function without fuel sources or maintenance requirements. The positioning of these crystals within architectural systems appears designed to harness seismic activity, thermal expansion, and structural stress to generate electrical effects that could power unknown technologies. Recent electromagnetic surveys reveal that ancient sites worldwide were positioned at locations with natural electromagnetic field anomalies that interact with architectural geometries to create complex field patterns. These electromagnetic standing wave formations appear designed to interface with human bioelectric fields in ways that affect consciousness, cognitive functioning, and what researchers carefully term psychic phenomena. The integration with Earth's energy grid reveals understanding of planetary electromagnetic systems that encompasses global field patterns, geological conductivity variations, and the interaction between Earth's magnetic field and solar electromagnetic phenomena. The positioning of megalithic sites appears designed to tap into natural electromagnetic currents that flow through Earth's crust along specific geological pathways. Analysis of the global distribution of ancient sites reveals they form geometric patterns that align with natural electromagnetic field lines, geological stress patterns, and gravitational anomalies. This global network appears designed to function as an integrated technological system that harnesses planetary energy sources for purposes that remain partially mysterious, but clearly involve consciousness enhancement and communication capabilities. The consciousness interface aspects of ancient technology suggest integration of human awareness with technological systems in ways that our current civilization has barely begun to explore. The electromagnetic field characteristics of ancient sites affect human brainwave patterns in ways that enhance mathematical reasoning, spatial visualization, and intuitive problem-solving capabilities. These technologies appear designed to amplify human cognitive potential rather than replace human capabilities with mechanical systems. Evidence suggests ancient technologies operated through consciousness-assisted mechanisms that required human awareness and intention to function properly. The acoustic resonance chambers, electromagnetic field generators, and precision stone constructions may have functioned as amplification systems for human consciousness rather than independent technological devices, creating integration between mind and matter that transcended the subject-object separation that characterizes modern technology. As our current civilization develops increasingly sophisticated technologies, we find ourselves approaching capabilities that may have been standard features of the technological systems developed during previous periods of human advancement. Our research into consciousness-matter interaction, acoustic levitation, electromagnetic field manipulation, and precision manufacturing may represent not original discoveries, but rediscovery of integrated technological approaches that our ancestors mastered during optimal developmental conditions. The genetic memory stirring within us as we encounter evidence of advanced ancient technologies may be recognition of inherited technological knowledge that awaits proper conditions for reactivation. The drive to develop tools that enhance human capabilities, to integrate consciousness with technological systems, and to achieve precision manufacturing may be evolutionary inheritances from ancestors who achieved technological integration that surpassed our current capabilities. The technology integration evidenced at ancient sites worldwide reveals not primitive peoples gradually developing simple tools, but inheritors of comprehensive technological knowledge systems that integrated consciousness, matter manipulation, energy generation, and precision manufacturing into unified approaches that we've yet to fully understand or replicate. Embedded within the mathematical relationships, astronomical alignments, and technological achievements of ancient monuments lies a communication system designed to transcend the limitations of written language, cultural continuity, and technological preservation. This message system operates through universal constants and natural phenomena that remain consistent across geological time periods, creating a form of communication that can survive ice ages, civilizational collapses, and the complete loss of cultural knowledge while remaining decodable by any future civilization that redevelops mathematical sophistication. The cyclical catastrophe warnings encoded in monuments worldwide represent perhaps the most urgent component of this ancient communication system. The astronomical alignments tracking galactic center movements, solar system oscillations through the galactic plane, and the complex cycles that govern cosmic radiation exposure preserve information about threats that operate on timescales far longer than individual civilizations can maintain through conventional historical records. The 12,000-year cycle encoded in various calendar systems corresponds precisely to multiple natural phenomena that threaten planetary habitability: magnetic pole reversal frequencies, ice age cycles, cosmic impact probabilities, and solar system movement through cosmic debris fields. The monuments preserve warnings that these cyclical threats create conditions that can rapidly eliminate technological civilizations and reset human development to Stone Age conditions. But the warnings extend beyond simple threat identification into detailed instructions for recognizing the approach of catastrophic periods. The astronomical computers built in stone track celestial mechanics that serve as early warning systems for cosmic threats. Changes in galactic radiation exposure. These maps remain valid across multiple catastrophe cycles because they reference geological landmarks and celestial coordinates that remain stable over tens of thousands of years. Recent alterations in Earth's magnetic field strength and variations in solar behavior that precede catastrophic events are encoded in ways that provide sufficient advance notice for civilizational preparation and survival strategies. The instructions for rebuilding civilization embedded in ancient monuments reveal systematic knowledge preservation, designed to guide redeveloping societies through optimal developmental sequences. The mathematical constants, engineering principles, and technological knowledge encoded in stone provide a curriculum for technological redevelopment that avoids the trial and error processes that might otherwise require thousands of years of independent rediscovery. The graduated revelation system built into the monuments ensures that advanced knowledge becomes accessible only when redeveloping civilizations achieve sufficient mathematical sophistication to decode and utilize the information responsibly. Basic geometric relationships yield fundamental mathematical constants. Advanced geometric analysis reveals engineering principles. Sophisticated astronomical calculations unlock information about cosmic threats and survival strategies. This graduated access system prevents primitive societies from accessing dangerous knowledge before they develop the social stability and ethical frameworks necessary to handle advanced technologies safely. The monuments function as automatic knowledge release mechanisms that provide appropriate information for each stage of civilizational redevelopment while withholding information that could prove destructive in less developed hands. The maps to underground preservation sites encoded in surface monuments provide the most practical survival information within the ancient communication system. Geometric alignments, astronomical sight lines, and mathematical relationships point to locations where survivor populations established underground refugia during previous catastrophic periods. Archaeological surveys guided by geometric relationships found in surface monuments have discovered extensive underground complexes that show evidence of long-term habitation during periods when surface conditions were hostile to complex civilization. The underground cities in Turkey, the cave networks beneath the Sahara, and the carved chamber systems found in mountain ranges worldwide appear to be components of a global survival infrastructure designed to preserve human populations and knowledge during catastrophic surface conditions. The precision of the directional information encoded in surface monuments suggests the ancient communication system includes detailed maps of global underground networks that could support large populations during extended periods of surface catastrophe. The mathematical relationships preserve not just directions to individual sites, but information about resource availability, structural integrity, and connection pathways between underground facilities. The genetic information encoded in ancient structures represents perhaps the most sophisticated aspect of the ancient communication system. Recent analysis suggests that certain geometric relationships and mathematical constants appearing in monuments worldwide correspond to mathematical descriptions of genetic sequences, protein folding patterns, and biochemical processes that govern human development and cognitive functioning. The golden ratio relationships found throughout ancient architecture correspond precisely to the proportional relationships that govern optimal human physiological functioning. The acoustic frequencies generated by pyramid chambers match brainwave patterns associated with enhanced mathematical reasoning and intuitive problem-solving capabilities. The electromagnetic field characteristics of megalithic sites appear designed to optimize human genetic expression and neurological development. This suggests the monuments preserve not just technical knowledge, but biological optimization information that could enhance human cognitive and physical capabilities during redevelopment periods. The genetic memory stirring within us when we encounter these monuments may be activation of dormant genetic potentials that respond to the specific environmental conditions created by ancient architectural systems. The consciousness enhancement aspects of the monument system suggest they were designed to facilitate direct knowledge transfer through nonverbal communication methods that bypass the limitations of written or spoken language. The acoustic, electromagnetic, and geometric properties of these sites appear designed to induce specific consciousness states that enable direct access to information encoded in ways that transcend conventional communication methods. Evidence suggests the ancient communication system operates through resonance effects between human consciousness and architectural systems designed to interface with specific brainwave patterns and bioelectric field characteristics. The monuments may function as consciousness amplification devices that enable individuals with appropriate preparation to access knowledge directly through resonance with information fields preserved in stone and electromagnetic patterns. The global coordination evident in the monument network suggests the ancient communication system operated not just across time, but across vast distances during the period when it was actively maintained. The mathematical relationships between sites separated by thousands of miles The coordination of astronomical alignments and the integration of global infrastructure networks indicate communication capabilities that functioned on planetary scales. As our current civilization develops increasingly sophisticated communication technologies, we find ourselves approaching capabilities that may have been standard features of the communication systems developed during previous periods of human advancement. Our research into quantum communication, consciousness-matter interaction, and global information networks may represent rediscovery of communication principles that our ancestors mastered during optimal developmental conditions. The message system preserved in ancient monuments worldwide represents the most ambitious communication project in human history, designed to preserve critical survival information across catastrophic interruptions in technological development and cultural continuity. As we learn to decode these messages, we discover that we are not just studying ancient achievements, but accessing survival information that our ancestors considered essential for human continuity across deep time. The genetic memory connecting us to this ancient communication system may represent more than cultural inheritance. It may be activation of communication capabilities that enabled our ancestors to coordinate global civilization and preserve knowledge across catastrophic interruptions. As we recognize and decode their messages, we may be reactivating communication systems that connect human consciousness across time in ways that transcend conventional understanding of historical continuity and technological development. Beneath the restless waters of Earth's oceans lies a hidden archaeological record that rewrites everything we think we know about when and where advanced human civilizations flourished. As sea levels rose at the end of the last ice age, submerging vast coastal regions that had been home to sophisticated societies, an entire chapter of human achievement vanished beneath hundreds of feet of seawater. Only now, as underwater archaeology develops the technology to explore these drowned landscapes, are we beginning to recover evidence of the global civilization that thrived when the ocean boundaries were drawn very differently than today. The structures emerging from the waters off Bimini in the Bahamas represent perhaps the most accessible evidence of sophisticated underwater construction in the Atlantic Basin. The Bimini Road, a formation of massive limestone blocks arranged in precise linear patterns, extends for over half a mile along the ocean floor, in water depths that indicate the structures were built on dry land approximately 12,000 years ago, when sea levels stood 400 feet lower than today. Recent underwater surveys using high-resolution sonar and submersible vehicles reveal that the Bimini Road represents only a small portion of much larger structural complexes that extend across the Bahamian continental shelf. The limestone blocks, some weighing several tons, are fitted together with precision joints and show evidence of deliberate shaping rather than natural geological formation. Tool marks on the stone surfaces and the presence of anchor holes drilled into specific blocks confirm artificial construction. But the engineering sophistication becomes apparent only when the full scope of the underwater structures is mapped. The linear arrangements connect to form geometric patterns, triangles, rectangles, and complex polygonal shapes that demonstrate mathematical planning rather than random construction. The geometric relationships between different structural elements encode the same mathematical constants found in surface monuments worldwide, suggesting integration with the global network of ancient sites. Carbon dating of organic materials trapped within the structural joints returns dates ranging from 10,000 to 15,000 years ago, placing construction during the period when rapid sea level rise was submerging coastal civilizations worldwide. The precision of construction, combined with the mathematical sophistication of the geometric relationships, indicates that advanced engineering knowledge persisted through the catastrophic period that ended the last interglacial and continued to manifest during the early stages of the current interglacial period. The Caribbean basin yields additional evidence of underwater civilizations that achieved remarkable architectural sophistication. Off the coast of Cuba, sonar mapping has revealed massive stone structures at depths exceeding 2,000 feet depths that would require construction over 50,000 years ago if built on dry land, pushing the timeline for advanced human civilization far beyond conventional archaeological acceptance. The Cuban underwater structures include what appear to be pyramids, roads, and building complexes arranged in patterns that suggest urban planning on a scale that rivals modern cities. The geometric precision of the arrangements and the massive scale of individual structures indicate engineering capabilities that challenge our understanding of ancient technological achievements. The extreme depth of these structures places them in time periods when conventional archaeology insists that human populations consisted of small hunter-gatherer groups with minimal technological capabilities. Across the Atlantic, the Mediterranean basin preserves evidence of sophisticated civilizations that flourished when the sea level stood hundreds of feet lower and vast coastal plains supported complex societies. Off the coast of Spain, Italy, and Greece, underwater surveys have documented extensive ruins that include harbors, roads, buildings, and what appear to be temple complexes submerged beneath 300 feet of water. The underwater city discovered off the coast of Spain near Doñana National Park reveals urban planning that incorporated sophisticated harbor engineering, residential districts, and monumental architecture. The ruins extend over several square miles and show evidence of population densities that would have supported tens of thousands of inhabitants. Carbon dating of organic materials from the site indicates occupation during the period 15,000 to 20,000 years ago, when the region was a fertile coastal plain rather than ocean floor. The Mediterranean underwater sites preserve evidence of metallurgical capabilities that exceed what conventional archaeology attributes to such ancient periods. Analysis of metal artifacts recovered from submerged sites reveals alloys and manufacturing techniques that indicate advanced smelting capabilities and sophisticated understanding of metal properties. The presence of worked iron in contexts dated to over 15,000 years ago challenges the conventional timeline of metallurgical development by thousands of years. Perhaps most significantly, the Mediterranean underwater sites preserve evidence of astronomical knowledge that rivals the mathematical sophistication found in surface monuments worldwide. The orientation of underwater structures aligns with celestial coordinates that account for precession effects over periods spanning tens of thousands of years. The astronomical knowledge required for such alignments indicates continuous astronomical observation programs that maintained accuracy across the catastrophic period that ended the last interglacial. The North Sea reveals evidence of prehistoric settlements that flourished on the vast plains that connected Britain to continental Europe, before rising sea levels created the English Channel. The Doggerland region, now submerged beneath 150 feet of water, supported complex human societies that left behind tool assemblages, art objects, and structural remains that indicate technological sophistication comparable to much later historical civilizations. Recent surveys of the North Sea floor using advanced sonar systems have identified geometric structures that appear to be artificial constructions rather than natural geological formations. Linear arrangements of stones, circular enclosures, and what appear to be road networks suggest organized societies that achieved significant engineering capabilities during the period when the region was habitable land. The rising sea level timeline preserved in geological cores from the North Atlantic reveals that the transition from Ice Age to current sea levels occurred with stunning rapidity in geological terms. Sea level rise of over 400 feet occurred within a few thousand years, too rapidly for coastal civilizations to adapt their infrastructure and population centers to the changing geography. The speed of sea level change explains why evidence of sophisticated ancient civilizations appears primarily in underwater contexts rather than surface archaeological sites. The global pattern of underwater monuments and submerged settlements reveals that advanced human civilizations developed primarily in coastal regions that offered optimal conditions for population growth, technological development, and maritime trade networks. The concentration of sophisticated underwater structures along ancient coastlines suggests that the most advanced societies of previous interglacial periods chose coastal locations for reasons that parallel modern civilization's preference for maritime access and favorable climate conditions. As our current civilization faces the possibility of significant sea level changes due to climate instability, the underwater monuments serve as reminders that advanced human societies have previously faced and failed to survive rapid environmental changes that altered the basic geography of continents. The preservation of structural evidence beneath hundreds of feet of water demonstrates that human technological achievements can persist across catastrophic environmental changes, even when the societies that created them do not survive. The genetic memory stirring within us when we contemplate these underwater monuments may be ancestral recognition of coastal landscapes that supported our species' previous attempts at technological civilization. The persistent human attraction to coastal regions, the drive to develop maritime technologies, and the compulsive need to build permanent structures that can withstand environmental changes may be evolutionary inheritances from ancestors who achieved advanced coastal civilizations during previous interglacial periods. The Atlantic connection revealed through underwater monuments demonstrates that human civilization has achieved global reach and technological sophistication multiple times across geological history. The submerged structures preserve evidence that our ancestors mastered engineering, mathematics, astronomy, and metallurgy during optimal climate periods, only to see their achievements drowned by rising sea levels when Ice Age cycles redistributed Earth's water between ice sheets and oceans. The vast Pacific Ocean, covering nearly one-third of Earth's surface, conceals beneath its depths and scattered across its island chains evidence of human technological achievements that predate conventional historical timelines by tens of thousands of years. From the precisely carved underwater monuments off Japan to the impossible engineering feats of Easter Island, the Pacific Ring preserves traces of advanced civilizations that achieved maritime capabilities, astronomical knowledge, and construction techniques that challenge every assumption about ancient human limitations. The Yonaguni Monument, rising from the ocean floor off the coast of Japan like a massive underwater temple complex, represents perhaps the most compelling evidence of sophisticated underwater construction in the Pacific Basin. This enormous stone structure, measuring over 150 meters long and 40 meters wide, exhibits architectural features that clearly indicate artificial construction. Straight edges, right angles, stepped terraces, and carved channels that create geometric patterns impossible to explain through natural geological processes. Marine geologist Professor Masaki Kimura's extensive underwater surveys have documented architectural details that demonstrate deliberate human construction. Carved steps, drainage channels, stone pillars, and what appear to be road networks connecting different sections of the complex. The precision of the geometric relationships and the integration of multiple structural elements into a unified architectural plan reveal engineering capabilities that rival modern underwater construction techniques. The age of the Yonaguni Monument, based on sea level reconstructions and geological analysis, indicates construction during the last ice age when the structure stood above sea level. Carbon dating of stalactites that formed on the monument after submersion suggests the structure has been underwater for at least 12,000 years, placing its construction during a period when conventional archaeology insists that human populations in the region consisted of primitive hunter-gatherer societies. But Yonaguni represents only the most visible portion of underwater structures that extend throughout the waters surrounding Japan. Sonar mapping of the seafloor has identified similar geometric formations at multiple locations, suggesting a network of underwater monuments that once connected coastal civilizations across the Japanese archipelago. The consistent architectural styles and mathematical relationships between sites indicate coordinated construction programs that spanned vast distances and required sophisticated maritime transportation capabilities. The precision stonework found at these underwater sites demonstrates cutting and shaping techniques that exceed what conventional archaeology attributes to such ancient periods. The smooth surfaces, geometric precision, and integration of massive stone blocks require tools and techniques that conventional timelines place thousands of years in the future. The underwater preservation has protected stone surfaces from weathering, revealing tool marks and construction details that demonstrate technological capabilities comparable to historical civilizations with advanced metallurgy and precision instruments. Across the Pacific, the Indonesian archipelago preserves evidence of megalithic construction that pushes the timeline for sophisticated human achievement far beyond conventional archaeological acceptance. The Gunung Padang site in West Java, recently confirmed through ground-penetrating radar and carbon dating to be over 20,000 years old, represents a massive pyramid complex that demonstrates architectural sophistication and astronomical alignment capabilities that rival any ancient monument worldwide. The Indonesian megalithic sites reveal construction techniques that integrate precisely fitted stone blocks into massive structural systems without the use of mortar or binding agents. The precision of the stone fitting, combined with the massive scale of the constructions, indicates engineering capabilities that require advanced planning, sophisticated tools, and coordination of large workforce populations. The technological requirements for such constructions challenge the conventional timeline of human development in Southeast Asia by thousands of years. The astronomical alignments integrated into Indonesian megalithic sites demonstrate knowledge of celestial mechanics that encompasses not just local stellar movements, but galactic-scale phenomena that affect Earth's position within cosmic radiation fields. The orientations of major structures track stellar positions that account for precession effects over periods spanning tens of thousands of years, indicating astronomical observation programs that maintained accuracy across multiple catastrophic interruptions in surface civilization. The Chinese pyramid complexes, long hidden from archaeological investigation by official policies that restrict access to ancient sites, preserve evidence of monumental construction that predates conventional Chinese historical timelines by thousands of years. Satellite imagery and limited archaeological surveys have confirmed the existence of massive pyramid structures in the Shanxi province that rival the scale and precision of Egyptian monuments, while incorporating distinctly different architectural approaches and mathematical relationships. The Chinese pyramids demonstrate mathematical sophistication that integrates multiple geometric systems into unified architectural expressions that optimize both structural stability and electromagnetic field characteristics. Recent analysis of the geometric relationships encoded in the pyramid designs reveals integration of mathematical constants, astronomical alignments, and electromagnetic field optimization that indicates comprehensive understanding of relationships between consciousness, matter, and energy. But perhaps no Pacific mystery challenges conventional understanding of ancient human capabilities more dramatically than Easter Island's impossible construction achievements. The Moai statues, numbering nearly 1,000 across the island, represent only the most visible portion of technological achievements that include sophisticated quarrying, transportation, and positioning techniques that exceed what isolated island populations could accomplish using conventional ancient technologies. Recent archaeological surveys have revealed that the Easter Island Moai statues have bodies buried beneath centuries of soil accumulation, making them far larger than previously recognized. The full statues, when completely excavated, reveal sophisticated carving techniques, complex geometric proportions, and artistic sophistication that indicates access to advanced tools and artistic traditions that survived the isolation of island populations across thousands of miles of Pacific Ocean. The transportation methods required to move the massive Moai statues from quarry sites to their final positions across the island terrain present engineering challenges that remain unsolved despite numerous experimental attempts to replicate the achievements using conventional ancient technologies. The precision of final positioning, the absence of intermediate damage, and the integration of the statues into astronomical alignment systems suggest transportation capabilities that transcended simple rope and roller methods. The astronomical knowledge demonstrated by Easter Island's monument alignments encompasses understanding of celestial mechanics that spans multiple precession cycles and accounts for the island's precise position within Pacific Ocean coordinates. The alignments track not just basic solar and lunar cycles, but complex stellar movements that require mathematical calculation capabilities and continuous astronomical observation programs spanning thousands of years. The maritime capabilities required for Pacific Island colonization during prehistoric periods challenge conventional understanding of ancient navigation and shipbuilding technologies. The precision of navigation across thousands of miles of open ocean, the coordination of population movements across multiple island chains, and the maintenance of cultural and technological continuity across vast distances indicate maritime technologies that rival modern capabilities. Evidence suggests that Pacific Island cultures preserved navigation techniques, astronomical knowledge, and engineering capabilities that enabled sophisticated maritime civilizations to flourish across the Pacific Basin during periods when sea levels and climate conditions differed significantly from current patterns. The consistency of megalithic construction techniques, astronomical alignments, and mathematical relationships across Pacific Island sites indicates cultural and technological continuity that survived multiple environmental changes and geographical isolations. The Pacific Ring of ancient monuments and sophisticated constructions reveals that human maritime civilizations achieved technological sophistication and geographical reach that encompassed the entire Pacific Basin during prehistoric periods. The evidence preserved in underwater monuments, megalithic constructions, and impossible engineering achievements demonstrates that our ancestors mastered navigation, astronomy, construction, and artistic techniques that enabled complex civilizations to flourish across the world's largest ocean. As our current civilization develops increasingly sophisticated Pacific maritime technologies, we find ourselves following navigation routes, utilizing island resources, and developing communication networks that may parallel achievements of ancestral civilizations that mastered Pacific maritime challenges during previous periods of optimal climate conditions and advanced human devel. In the landscape where human consciousness first awakened to its full potential, where our species achieved behavioral modernity and developed the cognitive capabilities that would eventually create global civilizations, Africa preserves the oldest and most profound archives of human technological achievement. From the stone circles of South Africa that predate Stonehenge by tens of thousands of years to the hidden chambers beneath Ethiopian rock churches, the African continent harbors evidence that human intellectual sophistication, astronomical knowledge, and engineering capabilities flourished at the very dawn of our species' development. The stone circles scattered across South Africa's landscape represent perhaps the oldest evidence of sophisticated human engineering and astronomical knowledge preserved anywhere on Earth. These circular stone arrangements, numbering in the hundreds of thousands across the region, demonstrate mathematical precision and astronomical alignments that indicate advanced understanding of celestial mechanics during periods that conventional archaeology places at the very beginning of human behavioral modernity. Michael Tellinger's comprehensive surveys of South African stone circle sites have revealed architectural sophistication that challenges every assumption about early human technological capabilities. The circles demonstrate consistent mathematical relationships based on the golden ratio, precise astronomical alignments that track stellar movements across multiple precession cycles, and acoustic properties that create specific resonance effects within the stone enclosures. The astronomical alignments encoded in South African stone circles encompass knowledge of celestial mechanics that spans geological time periods. The orientations track not just basic solar and lunar cycles, but complex stellar movements that account for precession effects, proper motion of individual stars, and long-term orbital mechanics that require sustained astronomical observation programs spanning tens of thousands of years. The precision of these alignments indicates mathematical calculation capabilities that rival modern computerized astronomical modeling. But the stone circles function as more than astronomical observatories. They operate as components of what appears to be an ancient calendar and timekeeping system that integrates multiple overlapping astronomical cycles into a comprehensive temporal framework. The mathematical relationships between different circle sites create a network that could track and predict not just seasonal changes and eclipse cycles, but long-term climate variations and cosmic radiation exposure patterns that affect planetary habitability. Carbon dating of organic materials associated with the stone circle sites returns dates that extend human technological sophistication far beyond conventional archaeological timelines. Some sites yield dates exceeding 75,000 years, placing sophisticated astronomical knowledge and construction capabilities at the very emergence of human behavioral modernity. This timeline suggests that advanced intellectual capabilities were not gradual developments, but fundamental characteristics of human consciousness from its earliest manifestations. The acoustic properties discovered at South African stone circle sites reveal understanding of sound wave physics and harmonic resonance that wasn't officially developed until modern acoustic engineering research. The stone arrangements create specific acoustic effects that enhance human vocal projection, focus sound into precise directional beams, and generate harmonic frequencies that affect human consciousness in measurable ways. Recent research into the consciousness-altering effects of stone circle acoustics reveals that the harmonic frequencies generated within these ancient enclosures induce brainwave patterns associated with enhanced mathematical reasoning, spatial visualization capabilities, and what researchers term expanded awareness states. The stone circles appear designed to function as consciousness enhancement technologies that amplify human cognitive potential through acoustic resonance effects. Moving north across the African continent, Ethiopia preserves evidence of ancient engineering achievements that demonstrate construction capabilities far exceeding what conventional archaeology attributes to the region's historical periods. The rock-hewn churches of Lalibela, officially dated to the 12th century, incorporate construction techniques and architectural sophistication that suggest much older origins and access to advanced engineering knowledge preserved from earlier periods. Recent archaeological surveys using ground-penetrating radar and advanced imaging techniques have revealed that the visible rock churches represent only surface portions of much more extensive underground complexes that extend deep into the bedrock. These hidden chambers and tunnel networks demonstrate excavation capabilities and architectural planning that exceed what 12th century construction techniques could achieve. The precision of rock excavation at Ethiopian church sites demonstrates cutting techniques that create perfectly smooth surfaces, precise geometric relationships, and complex internal architectures carved directly from solid bedrock. The accuracy of the geometric proportions and the integration of multiple levels into unified architectural systems require engineering capabilities and planning sophistication that challenge conventional understanding of medieval African technologies. But the most intriguing discoveries lie in the hidden chambers beneath. The visible church's chambers that contain astronomical alignments, mathematical proportions, and construction techniques that predate the supposed construction period by thousands of years. Carbon dating of organic materials from these sealed chambers returns dates that extend the timeline for sophisticated construction in the region far beyond historical periods. The astronomical knowledge encoded in Ethiopian rock church alignments encompasses understanding of stellar mechanics that spans multiple precession cycles and accounts for Ethiopia's precise geographical position within global coordinate systems. The orientations demonstrate knowledge of Earth's size, shape, and rotational characteristics that wouldn't be officially achieved until modern geodetic surveying capabilities. Across the vast expanse of the Sahara Desert, petroglyphs carved into rock formations preserve evidence of advanced astronomical knowledge, mathematical understanding, and technological capabilities that flourished when the region supported lush ecosystems and complex human societies. The rock art demonstrates knowledge of celestial mechanics, sophisticated counting systems, and engineering principles that indicate intellectual sophistication during periods when the Sahara was green and habitable. The astronomical knowledge depicted in Saharan petroglyphs includes accurate representations of stellar constellations, planetary movements, and eclipse prediction systems that require sustained astronomical observation and mathematical analysis capabilities. The consistency of astronomical knowledge across petroglyph sites, separated by thousands of miles, indicates communication networks and knowledge-sharing systems that functioned across the entire Saharan region. The mathematical concepts preserved in Saharan rock art encompass sophisticated counting systems, geometric relationships, and what appear to be early mathematical notation systems that predate written mathematical traditions by thousands of years. The mathematical sophistication demonstrates intellectual capabilities that challenge conventional timelines for the development of abstract reasoning and symbolic thinking in human populations. But perhaps the most significant African evidence lies in the renewed analysis of the Great Sphinx at Giza, which geological evidence conclusively places at far greater antiquity than conventional Egyptology admits. The water erosion patterns carved deep into the Sphinx's limestone body record exposure to heavy rainfall over extended periods, rainfall that last occurred in Egypt during the humid period that ended approximately 100,000 years ago. Robert Schoch's geological analysis confirms that the Sphinx erosion patterns are consistent with water weathering rather than wind erosion, pushing the construction date back to when Egypt's climate supported the kind of sustained precipitation necessary to create such deep erosion channels. This dating places the Sphinx's construction during the optimal climate conditions of the last interglacial period, when advanced human civilizations flourished globally. The implications of a 100,000-year-old Sphinx extend far beyond individual monument dating into fundamental questions about human cognitive evolution and technological development. If human populations were creating sophisticated monuments during the last interglacial period, then behavioral modernity, artistic expression, and engineering capabilities developed far earlier than conventional anthropological models suggest. The African evidence, from South African stone circles to the ancient Sphinx, preserves the oldest continuous record of human intellectual achievement and technological sophistication. As the birthplace of our species, Africa harbored the initial flowering of human consciousness that would eventually spread across the globe and create the worldwide network of monuments and advanced knowledge systems that we're only now beginning to understand. The genetic memory connecting us to African origins carries not just biological inheritance, but the intellectual and technological legacy of ancestors who achieved advanced capabilities during optimal developmental conditions on the continent where human consciousness first awakened to its full potential. As we recognize the evidence for ancient African technological achievements, we begin to understand that human intellectual sophistication is not a recent development, but a fundamental characteristic that has manifested repeatedly throughout our species' history. The Americas preserve perhaps the most perplexing evidence of ancient human technological achievement, where supposedly New World civilizations demonstrate engineering capabilities, mathematical knowledge, and construction techniques that not only rival Old World monuments, but in many cases surpass them in scale, precision, and sophistication. From the massive earthwork complexes of North America to the impossible stonework of the Andes, the American continents harbor secrets that challenge fundamental assumptions about when advanced human populations reached the Americas and what they achieved once they arrived. The Cahokia complex in present-day Illinois represents the largest prehistoric settlement north of Mexico, demonstrating urban planning capabilities and population densities that rival medieval European cities while predating European contact by centuries. At its peak around 1100 CE, Cahokia supported an estimated population of 20,000 inhabitants within a carefully planned urban environment that integrated residential districts, ceremonial centers, and massive earthwork constructions into a unified architectural expression. But recent archaeological surveys using LiDAR technology and ground-penetrating radar have revealed that the visible remains at Cahokia represent only a fraction of a much larger complex that extended across hundreds of square miles and connected to satellite settlements throughout the Mississippi River Valley. The full scope of the construction program indicates engineering capabilities and social organization that required mathematical planning, resource coordination, and construction techniques, far exceeding what conventional archaeology attributes to prehistoric North American populations. The mathematical sophistication demonstrated by Cahokia's urban planning encompasses precise astronomical alignments that track multiple celestial cycles with accuracy that rivals modern astronomical calculations. The orientation of major earthworks encodes knowledge of solar cycles, lunar movements, and stellar positions that account for precession effects over periods spanning thousands of years. The astronomical knowledge required for such precise alignments indicates sustained observation programs and mathematical calculation capabilities that challenge conventional understanding of prehistoric American intellectual achievements. The engineering techniques employed in Cahokia's earthwork construction demonstrate understanding of soil mechanics, structural engineering, and hydraulic systems that enabled the builders to create massive earthen structures that have remained stable for nearly 1,000 years. The Monk's Mound, rising over 100 feet above the surrounding landscape and containing over 22 million cubic feet of earth, represents engineering capabilities that require sophisticated understanding of foundation design, slope stability, and drainage systems. But Cahokia represents only the most visible portion of earthwork construction programs that extended throughout pre-Columbian North America. The Serpent Mound in Ohio, the Poverty Point Complex in Louisiana, and dozens of other major earthwork sites demonstrate construction capabilities and mathematical sophistication that indicate widespread advanced knowledge throughout prehistoric American populations. The geometric precision of North American earthwork constructions reveals mathematical knowledge that encompasses not just basic geometric relationships, but sophisticated understanding of complex mathematical constants and their applications in large-scale construction projects. The incorporation of pi, phi, and other transcendental numbers into earthwork designs indicates mathematical sophistication that parallels achievements at ancient sites worldwide. Deep in the Amazon rainforest, LiDAR scanning through jungle canopies has revealed earthwork constructions that dwarf North American sites in scale and complexity. The Amazonian geoglyphs geometric earthworks covering hundreds of square miles demonstrate engineering capabilities and environmental modification techniques that required coordinated efforts by populations numbering in the hundreds of thousands. Recent analysis of Amazonian earthwork sites reveals construction techniques that integrated sophisticated understanding of tropical ecology, soil science, and hydraulic engineering to create sustainable agricultural systems that supported dense populations without causing environmental degradation. The earthworks functioned as components of integrated land management systems that optimized agricultural productivity while maintaining ecological balance across vast regions. The mathematical relationships encoded in Amazonian earthwork designs demonstrate knowledge of geometric principles and astronomical alignments that parallel the sophistication found at ancient sites worldwide. The precision of geometric proportions and the integration of multiple earthwork complexes into unified regional systems indicate mathematical planning capabilities that require advanced calculation techniques and comprehensive geographical knowledge. Carbon dating of organic materials from Amazonian earthwork sites returns dates that extend sophisticated construction capabilities in the region far beyond conventional timelines for complex societies in tropical South America. Some sites yield dates exceeding 8,000 years, placing advanced engineering knowledge and large-scale construction programs during periods when conventional archaeology insists that Amazonian populations consisted of small, scattered hunter-gatherer groups. The Andean civilizations of South America achieved precision stonework that represents perhaps the most technically challenging construction accomplishments in the ancient world. The massive stones at Sacsayhuaman, some weighing over 200 tons, are fitted together with precision that leaves no gaps between blocks while creating complex three-dimensional puzzle joints that remain stable despite centuries of earthquake activity. The precision of Andean stonework exceeds what modern construction techniques can achieve using conventional methods. The accuracy of stone cutting, the precision of angular relationships, and the integration of massive blocks into complex architectural systems require technological capabilities that challenge our understanding of what ancient populations could accomplish using the tools that conventional archaeology attributes to pre-Columbian civilizations. Recent analysis of Andean stonework reveals construction techniques that demonstrate understanding of materials science, structural engineering, and seismic design principles that weren't officially developed until modern earthquake engineering research. The earthquake-resistant characteristics of Andean construction indicate knowledge of seismic wave propagation, structural resonance effects, and foundation design principles that enable massive stone structures to survive major earthquakes that destroy modern buildings. The transportation methods required to move massive Andean stone blocks from quarry sites to construction locations across mountainous terrain present engineering challenges that remain unsolved despite numerous experimental attempts to replicate the achievements using conventional ancient technologies. The precision of final positioning and the absence of intermediate damage suggest transportation capabilities that transcended simple mechanical advantage systems. But perhaps most mysteriously, the Andean constructions demonstrate knowledge of mathematical relationships and astronomical alignments that integrate local construction projects into the global network of ancient monuments worldwide. The mathematical constants encoded in Andean architectural proportions match those found at ancient sites across all continents, indicating knowledge sharing or cultural continuity that spans global distances and supposedly isolated populations. The impossible construction achievements scattered across the American continents, from Arctic stone circles to Patagonian megalithic sites, preserve evidence that advanced human populations with sophisticated technological capabilities inhabited the Americas far earlier than conventional archaeology acknowledges, and achieved engineering capabilities that in many cases exceed modern technological achievements. The genetic memory stirring within us when we contemplate these American enigmas may be recognition of inherited knowledge systems that enabled our ancestors to achieve remarkable technological sophistication, regardless of geographical isolation or environmental challenges. The persistent drive to create monumental constructions, to encode mathematical knowledge in permanent form, and to integrate human settlements with astronomical cycles may be evolutionary inheritances that manifest whenever human populations achieve optimal developmental conditions. The American evidence demonstrates that human technological capability and intellectual sophistication are not recent developments confined to Old World civilizations, but fundamental characteristics of human consciousness that have manifested repeatedly throughout our species' global expansion. The New World preserves secrets that may be far older than the Old World acknowledges, challenging linear models of human development and suggesting that advanced civilization has flowered multiple times across both hemispheres during optimal conditions that supported human intellectual and technological achievement. In the quiet hours when shadows lengthen across ancient monuments and the weight of evidence becomes impossible to ignore, a deeper question emerges from the accumulated data. If the traces of Earth's first civilization are scattered across every continent, encoded in mathematics that spans geological time, and preserved in constructions that challenge our most advanced engineering capabilities, why does mainstream archaeology resist acknowledging what the stones themselves declare with such clarity? The resistance to timeline revision runs deeper than simple academic conservatism. It strikes at the foundational assumptions that support entire intellectual frameworks, career structures, and institutional hierarchies that have developed around the current historical narrative. When evidence suggests that human technological sophistication is tens of thousands of years older than accepted models allow, the implications ripple through every discipline that depends on established chronologies of human development. Academic institutions have invested decades of research, billions in funding, and countless professional reputations in defending timeline models that place advanced human civilization within the past few thousand years. Textbooks, curricula, research grants, and academic positions are structured around these established chronologies. Acknowledging evidence for 100,000-year-old advanced civilizations would require reconstructing not just historical timelines, but the entire academic infrastructure built to support current models. The peer review process, designed to maintain scientific rigor, becomes a barrier to revolutionary discoveries when the evidence challenges fundamental assumptions shared by the reviewing community. When archaeological findings contradict established timelines, they face review by experts whose careers depend on maintaining those same timelines. The system becomes self-reinforcing, filtering out evidence that threatens the paradigm it was designed to protect. Professional archaeologists face career pressures that discourage exploration of anomalous evidence that could challenge established timelines. Graduate students learn quickly that research proposals questioning fundamental chronologies receive less funding and support. Academic positions require publications in peer-reviewed journals that rarely accept articles challenging basic archaeological assumptions. The institutional structure rewards conformity to established models while marginalizing researchers who pursue alternative interpretations. Beyond academic pressures, economic interests have developed around current historical models that generate substantial financial returns through textbook sales, educational programs, museum exhibitions, and tourism industries built around conventional archaeological sites. Publishers invest millions in textbook series based on established chronologies. Museums design exhibitions and educational programs around accepted historical narratives. Tourism industries market archaeological sites using conventional dating and interpretation frameworks. Revising fundamental timelines would require massive reinvestment in educational materials, museum displays, tour programs, and interpretive frameworks. The economic disruption of acknowledging radically different chronologies creates institutional resistance that extends far beyond academic archaeology into commercial enterprises that profit from established historical narratives. Religious institutions face theological challenges when archaeological evidence suggests human technological capability extends far beyond biblical chronologies or creation narratives that place human development within relatively recent time periods. Many religious traditions incorporate specific timelines for human history that become difficult to reconcile with evidence for advanced civilizations existing tens of thousands of years ago. Cultural identity formation often depends on historical narratives that establish specific groups as the originators of technological innovations, architectural achievements, or intellectual breakthroughs. National museums, cultural heritage programs, and educational systems promote historical narratives that support contemporary political and social structures. Evidence suggesting that advanced capabilities existed globally long before recorded history challenges narratives of cultural superiority and technological primacy that support modern national identities. The psychological comfort of established narratives provides perhaps the most powerful resistance to timeline revision. Current historical models offer reassuring stories of gradual human progress from primitive conditions to modern sophistication, suggesting that we represent the pinnacle of human achievement. This narrative supports contemporary self-image and provides confidence that current technological civilization represents unprecedented human accomplishment. Alternative timelines suggesting that human civilizations have achieved advanced capabilities multiple times across geological history, only to lose those achievements through catastrophic events, challenge the comforting assumption of inevitable progress. The possibility that we might not represent humanity's first attempt at technological civilization, but merely its most recent, raises uncomfortable questions about the stability and permanence of current achievements. The gatekeepers of historical interpretation include not just academic archaeologists, but museum directors, educational administrators, funding agency officials, and publishing executives whose professional responsibilities require maintaining coherent historical narratives that serve educational, cultural, and economic functions. These institutions develop institutional momentum that resists fundamental revision, even when accumulating evidence suggests that established models require dramatic restructuring. Professional training in archaeology, anthropology, and related fields reinforces established timelines through curricula that present current models as settled science rather than working hypotheses subject to revision based on new evidence. Students learn to interpret discoveries within existing frameworks rather than questioning whether those frameworks remain adequate to explain anomalous findings. The specialization of academic disciplines creates barriers to interdisciplinary research that might reveal connections between archaeological evidence and findings from geology, astronomy, genetics, and consciousness research that support alternative timelines. Researchers trained within specific disciplinary boundaries often lack the broad knowledge base necessary to recognize patterns that span multiple fields of study. Yet, beneath the institutional resistance and professional pressures, a growing number of researchers recognize that the accumulated evidence has reached a tipping point where established models can no longer accommodate the data without fundamental revision. The genetic memory stirring within human consciousness responds to evidence of ancient achievements with recognition that transcends academic gatekeeping and institutional resistance. The question is not whether evidence for ancient advanced civilizations will eventually force timeline revision. The evidence has already reached overwhelming proportions. The question is, how long institutional resistance can delay acknowledgement of discoveries that challenge everything we think we know about human history, and what it will take for the gatekeepers to recognize that their role should be facilitating understanding rather than protecting established narratives that no longer serve truth. In museum storage rooms, private collections, and occasionally in the pages of obscure academic journals, physical evidence accumulates that tells a story. Conventional archaeology cannot accommodate artifacts that appear in geological contexts millions of years before humans supposedly evolved, precision instruments that predate their invention by thousands of years, and manufactured objects embedded in rock formations that should contain no trace of human technology. These forbidden artifacts represent more than anomalous discoveries. They constitute a body of physical evidence that demands fundamental revision of everything we believe about human origins and technological development. The coal seam discoveries present perhaps the most perplexing challenges to conventional timelines. In 1944, as a 10-year-old boy named Newton, Anderson broke open a lump of coal in his family's basement in West Virginia. He discovered a small brass bell embedded within the coal matrix coal that geological dating places at approximately 300 million years old during the Carboniferous period when complex life had barely emerged from the oceans and mammals would not evolve for another 50 million years. The brass bell, examined by multiple metallurgists and geological experts, shows no evidence of recent insertion or contamination. The coal matrix completely surrounds the artifact, indicating it was present when the organic material fossilized into coal under immense pressure over geological time periods. Yet the precision manufacturing of the bell, its brass alloy composition, and the sophisticated casting techniques required for its creation indicate technological capabilities that conventional archaeology places hundreds of millions of years in the future. Similar discoveries emerge from coal deposits worldwide with disturbing regularity. In Romania, aluminum objects have been discovered embedded in coal seams dated to 65 million years ago, despite aluminum requiring advanced smelting techniques that weren't developed until the 19th century. In Russia, precision-manufactured screws and mechanical components appear in rock formations dated to hundreds of millions of years before humans supposedly existed. The Koso artifact, discovered in 1961 within a geode that collectors estimated to be 500,000 years old, contained what appeared to be a spark plug or similar mechanical device complete with ceramic insulator and metallic components. X-ray analysis revealed internal structures consistent with modern manufacturing, yet the artifact was embedded within mineral formations that would have required hundreds of thousands of years to form around the object. The London hammer, discovered embedded in Ordovician limestone dated to 400 million years old, presents metallurgical anomalies that challenge both conventional timelines and our understanding of ancient technological capabilities. Analysis of the hammer's metal composition reveals a purity of iron that exceeds modern smelting capabilities, with virtually no carbon content and trace elements that suggest manufacturing techniques unknown to contemporary metallurgy. The impossibility of the hammer's geological context embedded within limestone that formed during periods when no complex life existed on land forces archaeologists to dismiss the artifact despite physical evidence that clearly indicates human manufacture. The alternative accepting that advanced metallurgical capabilities existed hundreds of millions of years ago challenges fundamental assumptions about biological evolution, technological development, and the timeline of human emergence. Precision instruments predating their supposed invention appear with such regularity in anomalous contexts that pattern recognition becomes unavoidable. The Antikythera mechanism, recovered from a Greek shipwreck dating to approximately 100 BCE, demonstrates mechanical precision and astronomical calculation capabilities that weren't achieved again until the development of clockwork technology in medieval Europe over 1,000 years later. The device functions as a sophisticated astronomical computer that predicts the positions of celestial bodies, calculates eclipse cycles, and tracks planetary movements with accuracy that requires advanced mathematical knowledge and precision manufacturing capabilities. The gear ratios, mechanical linkages, and computational accuracy of the mechanism indicate technological sophistication that challenges conventional understanding of ancient Greek scientific capabilities. But the Antikythera mechanism represents only the most famous example of precision instruments appearing in contexts that predate their supposed invention. Roman concrete analysis reveals chemical compositions and manufacturing techniques that create materials more durable than modern concrete, suggesting advanced material science that has been lost and rediscovered. Medieval manuscripts describe precision instruments, optical devices, and mechanical systems that wouldn't be officially invented until centuries later. The suppression of discoveries extends beyond individual artifacts to encompass entire archaeological sites that contain evidence contradicting established timelines. The Hueyatlaco site in Mexico yielded stone tools and human artifacts in geological strata dated to 250,000 years ago, over 200,000 years before humans supposedly migrated to the Americas. The dating was confirmed by multiple independent laboratories using different methodologies, yet the implications were so threatening to established archaeological models that the site was effectively abandoned and the findings marginalized. Geologist Virginia Steen McIntyre, who contributed to the Hueyatlaco dating, faced professional ostracism when she refused to revise the dates to conform with acceptable timelines. Her career suffered permanent damage as a result of reporting findings that challenged fundamental archaeological assumptions about human migration patterns and New World colonization timelines. The pattern of evidence suppression extends to museum collections worldwide, where anomalous artifacts are relegated to storage facilities rather than public display. The Smithsonian Institution reportedly collected and stored thousands of skeletal remains and artifacts that suggested human presence in North America far earlier than accepted timelines allow, only to have these collections disappear or become inaccessible to researchers seeking to study them. Private collectors and amateur archaeologists often possess artifacts that professional institutions refuse to examine or acknowledge, because the implications challenge established academic positions. The lack of institutional support for studying anomalous artifacts creates a shadow archaeology where significant discoveries remain unexplored because they threaten professional reputations and institutional funding. The advanced metals appearing in ancient contexts present metallurgical mysteries that conventional archaeology cannot explain. Analysis of metal artifacts from supposedly Bronze Age contexts reveals alloy compositions and manufacturing techniques that require technologies not developed until modern industrial processes. Yet these artifacts appear in undisturbed archaeological contexts that clearly predate industrial development by thousands of years. The Damascus steel manufacturing techniques, lost for centuries and only partially recreated using modern materials science, produced metal with properties that exceed many contemporary steel alloys. The precision required for creating such materials suggests metallurgical knowledge and manufacturing capabilities that challenge conventional understanding of medieval technological limitations. Microscopic analysis of ancient metal artifacts reveals manufacturing signatures that indicate machine tooling, precision casting, and alloy control that should not have been possible using the technologies that conventional archaeology attributes to ancient civilizations. Yet the artifacts exist in museums and private collections worldwide, representing physical evidence that demands revision of technological timelines. The genetic memory stirring within us when we encounter these forbidden artifacts may be recognition of technological capabilities that our ancestors achieved during previous periods of advanced human development. The persistent human drive to create precision instruments, to manipulate materials at molecular levels, and to encode complex information in durable physical forms may be evolutionary inheritances from civilizations that achieve technological sophistication during optimal developmental conditions. As evidence accumulates beyond the ability of institutional gatekeepers to suppress or ignore, the forbidden archaeology preserved in artifacts that don't belong will eventually force acknowledgement that human technological capability extends far deeper into the past than comfortable narratives suggest. The artifacts themselves constitute a permanent record that cannot be explained away by academic theories that refuse to accommodate evidence challenging established time. In the shadow of institutional respectability, where funding decisions are made behind closed doors and research directions are shaped by unspoken agreements, a systematic pattern of evidence suppression has developed that extends far beyond academic conservatism into what can only be described as deliberate concealment of discoveries that challenge fundamental assumptions about human history and technological development. The mechanisms of this concealment operate through layers of bureaucratic control, financial pressure, and professional intimidation that ensure anomalous discoveries remain marginalized while maintaining the appearance of scientific objectivity. Government classification of archaeological sites represents perhaps the most direct form of evidence suppression, where discoveries that threaten established historical narratives disappear behind national security protocols and access restrictions that prevent independent verification or study. The pattern appears across multiple countries and regulatory systems, suggesting coordination that transcends national boundaries and political differences. In the United States, archaeological sites on federal lands that yield anomalous artifacts or dating evidence face sudden restrictions justified through environmental protection regulations, national security concerns, or cultural sensitivity protocols. Sites that previously welcomed scientific investigation become off-limits when discoveries emerge that challenge conventional timelines or suggest technological capabilities beyond accepted models. The Kennewick Man controversy exemplifies how legal and bureaucratic mechanisms can suppress evidence that challenges established archaeological narratives. When the 9,000-year-old skeletal remains were discovered to have European rather than Native American physical characteristics, legal battles over repatriation rights effectively prevented detailed scientific study that might have revealed information challenging current models of New World colonization. Similar patterns appear internationally, where governments impose access restrictions on archaeological sites immediately following discoveries that suggest much greater antiquity or technological sophistication than conventional models allow. Cave systems in Turkey that contain evidence of sophisticated underground cities dating to extreme antiquity face sudden closure to researchers. Underwater archaeological sites that reveal advanced construction techniques become military zones with restricted access. The classification extends to satellite imagery and remote sensing data that might reveal anomalous structures or archaeological features that challenge established timelines. High-resolution imagery of regions containing suspected ancient sites becomes restricted or degraded when made available to civilian researchers. Ground-penetrating radar surveys that reveal extensive underground structures in unexpected locations face limitations on publication or sharing of data. Private collection of anomalous artifacts by wealthy individuals and corporations creates another layer of evidence suppression that removes physical proof from scientific study while maintaining the appearance of preservation and protection. When significant artifacts appear in contexts that challenge established timelines, they often disappear into private collections where access is controlled by owners whose interests may not align with scientific investigation. The Smithsonian Institution's handling of anomalous artifacts presents a case study in institutional evidence management that prioritizes narrative consistency over scientific investigation. Researchers report that significant collections of artifacts suggesting earlier human presence in North America have been relegated to storage facilities where they become effectively inaccessible to study, while more conventional artifacts receive prominent display and research attention. Museum acquisition policies worldwide show consistent patterns of avoiding artifacts that challenge established chronologies, while actively acquiring materials that support accepted historical narratives. The economic value of controversial artifacts in private markets creates incentives for concealment rather than scientific study, as institutions avoid association with discoveries that might threaten funding or professional credibility. Media dismissal of alternative research operates through systematic marginalization that portrays serious scientific investigation of anomalous evidence as pseudoscience, conspiracy theory, or fringe research unworthy of serious consideration. The pattern of dismissal extends beyond legitimate criticism of poorly supported claims to encompass blanket rejection of evidence and methodologies that challenge established archaeological positions. Television programming and popular media consistently portray alternative archaeology through sensationalized presentations that emphasize speculation over evidence, making it easier to dismiss legitimate research by association with obviously unsupported claims. The deliberate conflation of serious scientific investigation with entertainment programming creates a cultural context where questioning established archaeological timelines becomes associated with lack of scientific credibility. Academic journal editorial policies create publication barriers that prevent dissemination of research, challenging fundamental archaeological assumptions. Peer review processes that should ensure scientific rigor become gatekeeping mechanisms that protect established paradigms by rejecting evidence that cannot be accommodated within current models, regardless of the quality of research methodologies or strength of supporting data. The career destruction mechanisms that operate within academic archaeology create powerful disincentives for pursuing research that challenges established timelines or methodologies. Researchers who report findings that contradict accepted chronologies face systematic professional marginalization that can destroy decades of career development and institutional relationships. Virginia Steen McIntyre's experience following her geological dating work at Hueyatlaco demonstrates how reporting accurate scientific results that contradict archaeological assumptions can lead to professional exile. Despite employing multiple independent dating methodologies that confirmed extreme antiquity for human artifacts in Mexico, her career suffered permanent damage when she refused to revise her findings to conform with acceptable timelines. Similar patterns affect researchers worldwide who report discoveries that challenge established archaeological models. Funding for continued research disappears, publication opportunities evaporate, and professional relationships become strained when scientists pursue investigation of anomalous evidence that threatens institutional positions. The institutional silence extends to conference programming and professional gatherings, where presentations challenging fundamental archaeological assumptions are systematically excluded from schedules, ensuring that alternative interpretations of evidence never receive serious professional consideration. The appearance of scientific openness is maintained while controversial evidence is systematically excluded from professional discourse. Research funding allocation patterns reveal systematic bias against investigation that might produce results challenging established archaeological timelines. Grant proposals that include objectives related to extreme antiquity dating, anomalous artifact analysis, or alternative chronology development face rejection rates that suggest institutional prejudice rather than scientific evaluation of research merit. The coordinated nature of evidence suppression across multiple institutions, national boundaries, and professional disciplines suggest deliberate policy decisions rather than accidental oversight or academic conservatism. The consistent patterns of access restriction, artifact sequestration, media marginalization, and professional intimidation indicate systematic protection of established historical narratives through mechanisms that transcend normal academic peer review and institutional competition. Yet the effectiveness of suppression mechanisms depends on public and professional ignorance of alternative evidence and methodologies. As information-sharing technologies make evidence more accessible and independent research becomes more feasible, the institutional gatekeepers face increasing difficulty maintaining narrative control through traditional suppression mechanisms. The genetic memory stirring within human consciousness responds to evidence of ancient achievements with recognition that transcends institutional gatekeeping and professional intimidation. As awareness of suppressed evidence grows, the mechanisms of concealment become increasingly difficult to maintain while preserving the appearance of scientific objectivity and academic freedom. The modern cover-up of evidence challenging established historical timelines represents not protection of scientific accuracy, but preservation of institutional power structures that depend on maintaining control over historical narratives. As the evidence becomes too overwhelming to suppress through traditional mechanisms, the gatekeepers face the choice between acknowledging discoveries that transform our understanding of human history or losing credibility by continuing to deny what the accumulated evidence clearly demonstrates. In the spaces between established institutions and official gatekeeping mechanisms, a new generation of researchers has emerged, investigators who combine advanced technological capabilities with freedom from institutional constraints, creating research networks that transcend traditional academic boundaries and political limitations. These independent researchers, equipped with sophisticated tools and motivated by curiosity rather than career pressures, are systematically documenting and analyzing evidence that mainstream archaeology has either ignored or actively suppressed. The technological revolution in archaeological investigation has democratized access to sophisticated analysis tools that were previously available only to major institutions with substantial funding resources. Ground-penetrating radar systems that once required university-level investment are now accessible to independent researchers. LiDAR scanning capabilities that can penetrate jungle canopies and reveal hidden structures have become available through commercial services. Satellite imagery analysis that was once restricted to government agencies can now be performed by individuals using publicly available data and open-source analysis software. Graham Hancock's recent work with LiDAR technology in the Amazon basin exemplifies how independent researchers can achieve significant discoveries using commercially available tools and methodologies. The revelation of massive earthwork complexes hidden beneath rainforest canopies demonstrates that technological capabilities once monopolized by institutions can now be employed by researchers, free from the institutional constraints that limit investigation of controversial evidence. Randall Carlson's geological research into catastrophic earth changes during the Younger Dryas period illustrates how interdisciplinary approaches can reveal patterns that single-discipline specialists often miss. By combining geological fieldwork with astronomical research, climate data analysis, and archaeological evidence, independent investigators can develop comprehensive models that institutional specialization tends to fragment or overlook. The crowdsourced archaeology movement has created global networks of citizen researchers who contribute to systematic documentation and analysis of anomalous archaeological evidence using standardized methodologies and shared databases. Online platforms enable coordination of research efforts across continents, allowing individual discoveries to contribute to comprehensive analysis programs that would exceed the resources of traditional academic institutions. Satellite imagery analysis by citizen researchers has identified thousands of potential archaeological sites that mainstream archaeology has never investigated. The scale of crowdsourced discovery efforts now exceeds the capacity of traditional archaeological institutions to investigate, creating a backlog of documented anomalous sites that await systematic exploration. Genetic analysis capabilities that were once available only to major research institutions have become accessible to independent researchers through commercial DNA analysis services and open-source analytical tools. The democratization of genetic research capabilities enables independent investigation of human migration patterns, population bottlenecks, and evolutionary timelines using methodologies that can verify or challenge established anthropological models. Independent researchers have developed alternative funding mechanisms that free investigation from the grant approval processes that tend to limit research to projects supporting established paradigms. Crowdfunding platforms enable direct public support for research that institutional gatekeepers might reject. Private foundations established by individuals interested in alternative history research provide funding for investigation that avoids traditional academic peer review limitations. The success of independent research funding models demonstrates public interest in alternative archaeological investigation that extends far beyond the academic community. The financial support available for research challenging established timelines often exceeds funding available through traditional academic channels, indicating that public curiosity about human origins and ancient achievements remains strong despite institutional discouragement. Documentation and evidence preservation efforts by independent researchers have created comprehensive databases of anomalous artifacts, archaeological sites, and dating evidence that operate outside institutional control. These databases provide permanent records of evidence that might otherwise be suppressed, lost, or marginalized by institutional gatekeepers seeking to protect established narratives. Digital preservation technologies enable independent researchers to create permanent records of discoveries using multiple backup systems and distributed storage networks that prevent evidence from disappearing through institutional suppression or accidental loss. The technological capabilities now available to independent researchers exceed the preservation capacities that major institutions possessed just decades ago. The academic establishment faces increasing pressure to acknowledge discoveries made by independent researchers using methodologies and technologies that equal or exceed institutional capabilities. When independent investigation produces results that challenge established models using rigorous scientific methods, traditional academic dismissal becomes increasingly difficult to maintain without appearing deliberately obstructionist. Some mainstream researchers have begun collaborating with independent investigators on projects that institutional constraints would normally prevent. These collaborations often produce results that neither institutional nor independent research could achieve alone, suggesting that the artificial separation between academic and independent research may be breaking down under the weight of accumulating evidence. Educational institutions at various levels have begun incorporating alternative archaeological evidence into curricula, recognizing that student interest in human origins extends beyond the limitations of established academic models. Online educational platforms enable independent researchers to share their findings directly with interested audiences without requiring institutional approval or traditional academic credentialing. The growing acceptance of alternative archaeological evidence in educational contexts indicates that the next generation of students may be more receptive to evidence challenging established timelines than current academic institutions. This generational shift in openness to alternative evidence may eventually transform academic archaeology from within as students trained in broader perspectives enter professional positions. Media coverage of alternative archaeological research has evolved from automatic dismissal toward more balanced reporting that acknowledges the scientific rigor of independent investigation while maintaining appropriate skepticism about extraordinary claims. Documentary programming increasingly features independent researchers alongside academic specialists, creating opportunities for broader public exposure to evidence that mainstream institutions tend to marginalize. Social media platforms and internet communication networks have created direct channels between independent researchers and public audiences, bypassing traditional media gatekeepers who might filter or distort alternative archaeological evidence. The ability to share discoveries, methodologies, and analysis results directly with interested audiences creates accountability mechanisms that transcend institutional peer review processes. The gradual shift in mainstream acceptance becomes apparent through increased participation by academic researchers in conferences, publications, and collaborative projects that address alternative archaeological evidence using rigorous scientific methodologies. While institutional resistance remains strong, individual researchers within academic institutions show growing willingness to acknowledge that established models may require substantial revision based on accumulating evidence. Professional archaeological organizations have begun addressing alternative research through formal sessions and publications, rather than simply ignoring or dismissing alternative evidence. This engagement, while often critical, represents recognition that alternative archaeological research has achieved sufficient sophistication and documentation to warrant serious professional attention. The genetic memory stirring within human consciousness responds to the expanding availability of evidence about ancient achievements, with growing recognition that established historical narratives may be fundamentally incomplete or inaccurate. As independent researchers continue documenting and analyzing evidence that mainstream institutions have ignored or suppressed, public awareness of alternative human history grows beyond the ability of institutional gatekeepers to control or limit. The breaking silence around alternative archaeological evidence represents not just academic revolution, but cultural awakening to the possibility that human potential and achievement extend far deeper into the past than comfortable narratives suggest. As the new generation of researchers continues expanding our understanding of ancient human capabilities, they prepare the way for fundamental revision of everything we think we know about who we are and what we might become. As the evidence accumulates beyond the ability of institutional gatekeepers to suppress or ignore, we stand at the threshold of a fundamental revision that transforms not just archaeological timelines, but our entire understanding of what it means to be human. The implications cascade through every assumption we hold about human development, technological progress, and our place in the vast sweep of Earth's history. If our species has been building pyramids, encoding mathematical constants in stone, and achieving technological sophistication for over 100,000 years, then everything we learned about human civilization requires not adjustment, but complete reconstruction. The extended timeline emerging from geological, astronomical, and archaeological evidence reveals human civilization not as a recent development spanning a few thousand years, but as a phenomenon that has manifested repeatedly across ice ages, interglacial periods, and the vast cycles that govern planetary habitability. Our current technological civilization, rather than representing humanity's first attempt at greatness, appears to be merely the most recent iteration in a pattern that extends back through multiple cycles of rise, achievement, catastrophe, and renewal. The implications for human identity prove profound when we recognize that behavioral modernity, technological sophistication, and the drive to create permanent monuments expressing mathematical and astronomical knowledge represent fundamental characteristics of human consciousness rather than recent cultural developments. The genetic memory stirring within us when we encounter ancient achievements may be recognition of capabilities that are not acquired through cultural evolution, but inherited through biological inheritance from ancestors who achieved comparable or superior technological integration. This recognition challenges the comfortable narrative of inevitable progress that portrays current civilization as the pinnacle of human achievement. Instead, we face the humbling possibility that we are not developing unprecedented capabilities, but recovering knowledge and technologies that our ancestors mastered during previous periods of optimal climate conditions and social stability. Our universities may be rediscovering mathematical principles that were encoded in stone monuments millennia before written mathematics existed. Our engineering achievements may pale beside construction techniques that enabled 200-ton blocks to be positioned with precision that challenges modern capabilities. The multiple cycles of rise and fall suggested by geological evidence, astronomical alignments, and genetic bottlenecks in human DNA point to a pattern of civilizational development that operates on timescales far longer than recorded history encompasses. Advanced human societies appear to flourish during interglacial periods when stable climate conditions support large populations. Technological development and global communication networks only to face catastrophic reset when cosmic impacts, magnetic pole reversals, and ice age cycles create conditions that eliminate complex civilization and drive survivors underground. The pattern suggests that human consciousness and technological capability have evolved to operate across these extended cycles, with each iteration building upon genetic memories and preserved knowledge from previous achievements. The persistent drive to build monuments that can survive catastrophic interruption, to encode essential knowledge in forms that transcend cultural continuity, and to establish underground refugia during periods of surface instability may represent evolutionary adaptations that enable human civilization to survive and recover from cyclical planetary catastrophes. The genetic memory connecting us to these extended cycles manifests not just in inherited behavioral patterns, but in specific knowledge systems that surface when conditions become favorable for their expression. The mathematical constants appearing in monuments worldwide, the astronomical knowledge encoded in stone structures, and the engineering principles demonstrated in precision construction may represent information systems that persist through genetic inheritance across ice ages and civilizational collapses. Recent research into genetic archaeology reveals that human DNA carries far more information than previously recognized, with so-called junk DNA sequences that may function as biological libraries preserving knowledge from previous periods of human development. The activation of dormant genetic potentials during optimal developmental conditions could explain the sudden appearance of sophisticated knowledge systems in cultures that supposedly developed them independently. The myth-reality connection becomes apparent when we recognize that the flood legends, creation stories, and accounts of advanced ancestors preserved by cultures worldwide may represent historical memories rather than symbolic narratives. The remarkable consistency of these myths across isolated cultures describing technological capabilities, mathematical knowledge, and global catastrophes that predate supposed cultural contact by thousands of years suggests they preserve genuine historical information maintained through oral traditions across multiple generations. The stories of Atlantis, Lemuria, and other lost civilizations dismissed as fantasy by mainstream archaeology take on new significance when viewed as cultural memories of actual historical societies that achieved advanced development during previous interglacial periods. The technological capabilities, global reach, and catastrophic destruction described in these myths correspond closely to evidence emerging from geological research, underwater archaeology, and astronomical analysis of ancient monuments. Indigenous wisdom traditions worldwide preserve remarkably detailed knowledge about astronomical cycles, medicinal plants, ecological relationships, and engineering techniques that exceed what isolated primitive societies could develop through independent discovery. These knowledge systems may represent fragments of comprehensive scientific understanding developed during previous periods of human advancement and maintained through cultural preservation systems designed to survive civilizational collapse. The Australian Aboriginal songlines, North American indigenous astronomical knowledge, and African traditional calendars preserve information about celestial mechanics, geographical relationships, and cyclical patterns that span thousands of years and demonstrate mathematical sophistication that challenges assumptions about prehistoric intellectual capabilities. These traditions may be cultural libraries that preserved essential knowledge from global civilizations that flourished before the current historical period. As we acknowledge the evidence for extended human civilization timelines, we confront fundamental questions about the nature of human development and potential. If our species has achieved technological sophistication repeatedly across geological time, then human consciousness and creativity represent capabilities far more ancient and profound than current models suggest. The drive to explore, create, and transcend limitations may be inherited characteristics that await optimal conditions for full expression rather than recent evolutionary developments. The recognition of extended timelines transforms our understanding of human destiny and responsibility. If previous civilizations achieved remarkable technological integration only to face catastrophic reset due to environmental changes or cosmic threats, then current civilization inherits both the knowledge and the warnings necessary to prepare for similar challenges. The monuments built by our ancestors function not just as impressive achievements, but as survival manuals encoded in stone that preserve essential information about cyclical threats and preparation strategies. The extended timeline reveals human history not as linear progression from primitive to advanced, but as spiraling development that returns to similar achievements across vast cycles while potentially building toward greater integration and understanding with each iteration. We may be approaching capabilities that previous civilizations achieved, but with accumulated knowledge and genetic memories that could enable us to transcend the limitations that led to their catastrophic endings. The genetic memory connecting us across these extended cycles suggests that human consciousness operates on timescales that encompass multiple rises and falls of technological civilization. As we recover evidence of our species' ancient achievements, we begin to remember capabilities that may be our birthright as fully realized human beings, preparing us for the next phase of human development that could integrate the best achievements of all previous cycles while transcending their limitations through expanded awareness and sustainable technologies. In the precision cuts that slice through granite as if it were clay, in the acoustic chambers that focus sound into consciousness-altering frequencies, in the electromagnetic properties of monuments that interface with human bioelectric fields, we discover traces of technological approaches that transcend our current engineering paradigms. These are not primitive attempts at technologies we have perfected, but fundamentally different methodologies that achieved integration between consciousness and matter, energy generation and natural systems, sustainability and sophistication in ways our current civilization has yet to understand, let alone replicate. The clean energy generation methods evidenced at ancient sites worldwide reveal approaches to power generation that harnessed natural planetary systems without depleting resources or creating environmental degradation. The precise positioning of megalithic structures at locations with electromagnetic field anomalies suggests technologies that drew energy directly from Earth's natural electrical systems. The piezoelectric properties of quartz crystals embedded in ancient construction converted mechanical stress from seismic activity, thermal expansion, and structural loading into electrical energy that could power unknown technologies. Analysis of the Great Pyramid's electrical properties reveals that the structure functions as a massive capacitor that accumulates atmospheric electrical charges during weather changes and creates focused electrical fields within internal chambers. The precision of the pyramid's construction appears designed to optimize these electrical effects, suggesting technologies that generated usable power by interfacing with natural atmospheric and geological electrical phenomena rather than burning fossil fuels or splitting atoms. The acoustic levitation capabilities evidenced at ancient construction sites represent technologies that manipulated gravitational effects through harmonic resonance, rather than brute force mechanical systems. Laboratory demonstrations of ultrasonic levitation confirm that precisely focused sound waves can counteract gravitational effects and enable objects to hover weightlessly within acoustic fields. The acoustic properties built into ancient monuments suggest these technologies were employed on massive scales to transport and position stone blocks weighing hundreds of tons. Recent research into the consciousness technology interfaces demonstrated at ancient sites reveals that advanced civilizations developed technologies that required human awareness and intention for optimal functioning. Rather than replacing human capabilities with mechanical systems, these technologies amplified human potential by creating resonance between consciousness and engineered environments that enhanced cognitive functioning, intuitive capabilities, and what we might recognize as psychic phenomena. The electromagnetic field characteristics designed into ancient structures affect human brainwave patterns in ways that optimize mathematical reasoning, spatial visualization, and creative problem-solving capabilities. The acoustic frequencies generated within pyramid chambers and megalithic enclosures induce specific brainwave states associated with expanded awareness and enhanced learning capabilities. These consciousness enhancement technologies represent approaches to human development that integrate environmental design with neurological optimization. Evidence suggests ancient technologies operated through consciousness-assisted mechanisms that required specific awareness states to activate and control technological systems. The monuments may have functioned as interface devices that enabled trained operators to control energy generation, transportation systems, and communication networks through direct consciousness interaction, rather than external control mechanisms. The harmony with natural systems demonstrated in ancient technological approaches reveals engineering philosophies that enhanced, rather than disrupted, ecological relationships. The positioning of monuments along Earth's natural energy grid systems suggests technologies that worked with planetary electromagnetic currents rather than creating artificial energy generation that depletes natural resources. Ancient agricultural systems discovered through archaeological research demonstrate food production techniques that enhanced soil fertility while supporting population densities comparable to modern agricultural regions. The terra preta soils of the Amazon, the raised field systems of the Andes, and the sophisticated water management networks of ancient civilizations created sustainable agricultural productivity that maintained ecological balance while supporting complex urban populations. The integration of consciousness enhancement with environmental design appears throughout ancient technological systems. The placement of structures to optimize natural electromagnetic fields, acoustic resonance, and astronomical alignments created environments that enhanced human cognitive capabilities, while working harmoniously with natural systems rather than dominating or disrupting them. Sustainable civilization models evidenced in ancient urban planning demonstrate approaches to population management that maintained technological sophistication while operating within natural resource limitations. The distributed network of ancient sites worldwide suggests civilizational models based on regional specialization and resource sharing that avoided the environmental destruction characteristic of current industrial civilization. Ancient metallurgical techniques produced materials with properties that exceed modern manufacturing capabilities, while using processes that appear to have minimal environmental impact. The Damascus steel manufacturing methods, the precision bronze alloys found in ancient contexts, and the incorrodible metals discovered at various sites demonstrate materials science that achieved superior performance through understanding of molecular structures rather than energy-intensive industrial processes. The precision stone cutting and positioning techniques used in ancient construction suggest manufacturing approaches that achieved remarkable accuracy through technologies that worked with natural material properties rather than forcing matter into desired shapes through energy-intensive processes. The perfect joints between massive stone blocks may have been achieved through technologies that temporarily altered the crystalline structure of stone to allow precise shaping and fitting. Acoustic technologies developed by ancient civilizations appear to have achieved effects that we are only beginning to understand through modern acoustic engineering research. The ability to focus sound waves into precise geometric patterns, to generate specific frequencies that affect human consciousness, and to use acoustic effects for material manipulation represents technological approaches that integrate physics, consciousness, and engineering in ways our current paradigms have difficulty accommodating. The communication technologies evidenced in the global coordination of ancient monument construction suggest systems that enabled instantaneous information sharing across continental distances. The mathematical relationships between sites separated by thousands of miles, the coordination of astronomical alignments, and the consistent use of measurement standards indicate communication capabilities that may have operated through consciousness interfaces rather than electromagnetic transmission systems. Ancient healing technologies discovered through analysis of acoustic and electromagnetic properties at various sites suggest medical approaches that treated human beings as integrated energy systems rather than mechanical assemblies of parts. The healing effects documented at sites with specific acoustic or electromagnetic characteristics indicate therapeutic technologies that worked through resonance with human bioelectric fields. Water management and climate modification techniques demonstrated at ancient sites suggest capabilities for environmental manipulation that maintained optimal conditions for human habitation without disrupting natural ecological systems. Evidence of rainfall management, temperature regulation, and agricultural optimization indicates technologies that worked with natural climate systems to create favorable conditions across extended geographical regions. As our current civilization faces environmental challenges that threaten long-term sustainability, the lost technologies of ancient civilizations offer alternative approaches to energy generation, consciousness development, and sustainable living that could enable technological sophistication while maintaining harmony with natural systems. The genetic memory connecting us to these ancient achievements may carry not just historical information, but practical knowledge about technological approaches that could transform current civilization. The recovery of lost technologies represents not just archaeological curiosity, but essential research for developing sustainable approaches to technological advancement that avoid the environmental destruction and resource depletion that threaten current civilizational stability. The integration of consciousness and technology demonstrated by ancient civilizations may represent the next phase of human development that transcends the limitations of purely material technologies. Written in the astronomical alignments of monuments worldwide, encoded in the mathematical relationships that span continents, and preserved in the mythological traditions of cultures that have never met, lies a warning that transcends cultural boundaries and speaks directly to our current moment in human history. The evidence accumulated across previous chapters reveals not just that advanced civilizations have risen before, but that they have fallen in patterns so regular, so predictable, that our ancestors created permanent warning systems designed to help future civilizations recognize and prepare for the cyclical threats that have repeatedly reset human development to Stone Age conditions. The catastrophe cycles encoded in ancient astronomical computers reveal patterns of planetary vulnerability that operate on timescales far longer than recorded human history encompasses. The 12,000-year cycle tracked by numerous ancient cultures corresponds precisely to multiple natural phenomena that threaten civilizational stability: magnetic pole reversal frequencies, ice age initiation patterns, cosmic impact probabilities, and solar system oscillations through the galactic plane that increase cosmic radiation exposure. Modern scientific research confirms the reality of these cyclical threats with unsettling precision. Geological evidence reveals that Earth's magnetic field undergoes complete polarity reversals approximately every 12,000 years, temporarily weakening. The magnetosphere that protects the planet from cosmic radiation and solar particle streams. During these reversal periods, increased radiation exposure creates conditions that disrupt electronic systems, affect human health, and trigger rapid climate changes through alterations in atmospheric chemistry. The magnetic pole reversal currently underway, with magnetic north moving rapidly across the Arctic at accelerating speeds, indicates that we may be approaching the next cyclical reset that ancient civilizations recognized and prepared for. The weakening of Earth's magnetic field over the past century, combined with increasing instability in magnetic pole positions, suggests that current technological civilization faces the same cyclical threat that eliminated previous advanced societies. The cosmic impact evidence preserved in geological strata reveals that Earth encounters debris fields from comet fragmentations and asteroid clusters at regular intervals that correlate with the 12,000-year cycle encoded in ancient monuments. These cosmic impact events create global catastrophes that eliminate surface civilizations through immediate destruction, followed by extended periods of volcanic winter, climate instability, and ecosystem collapse that prevent rapid recovery. Recent astronomical research confirms that our solar system's movement through the galactic plane exposes Earth to varying levels of cosmic radiation and gravitational influences that affect planetary stability across cycles lasting tens of thousands of years. The increased cosmic radiation exposure that occurs when our solar system moves through certain regions of galactic space correlates with extinction events, climate changes, and magnetic field instabilities recorded in geological data. Modern civilization's vulnerability to cyclical catastrophes exceeds that of any previous human society due to our dependence on electronic systems, global supply chains, and centralized infrastructure that cannot survive electromagnetic disruption or climate instability. The complexity that enables our technological achievements also creates fragilities that make us more susceptible to civilizational collapse than previous societies that maintained greater self-sufficiency and regional independence. A magnetic pole reversal or significant cosmic impact event would eliminate the electronic infrastructure that supports modern communication, transportation, financial systems, and industrial production. The electromagnetic pulse effects from cosmic radiation increases, or geomagnetic storms could destroy the integrated circuits that control everything from power grids to food distribution networks, creating cascade failures that could reduce global population to pre-industrial levels within months. The climate instability that follows magnetic field disruption or cosmic impact events creates agricultural failures that threaten the food security systems supporting current global population levels. Modern agricultural methods depend on industrial inputs, transportation networks, and climate stability that become unavailable during the environmental disruptions that characterize cyclical reset periods. Learning from the survivors who preserved knowledge and genetic continuity through previous catastrophic cycles reveals preparation strategies that enabled human civilization to recover and eventually surpass previous achievements. The underground cities discovered worldwide, the knowledge preservation systems encoded in monuments, and the cultural traditions that maintained essential information through dark ages provide blueprints for civilizational survival during cyclical reset periods. The underground refuge networks discovered in Turkey, beneath the Sahara, and in mountain regions worldwide demonstrate that previous civilizations developed comprehensive survival infrastructure designed to support large populations during extended periods of surface catastrophe. These installations include sophisticated ventilation systems, water management networks, food production facilities, and communication systems that enabled communities to maintain technological capabilities while surface conditions remained hostile. Modern preparation for cyclical reset requires developing decentralized systems that can function independently during infrastructure failures, establishing underground or protected facilities that can maintain essential technologies during electromagnetic disruption, and preserving knowledge in forms that survive technological collapse and cultural discontinuity. The knowledge preservation methods developed by ancient civilizations provide models for maintaining essential information through catastrophic interruptions in technological civilization. The encoding of mathematical constants, astronomical cycles, and engineering principles in stone monuments that remain interpretable regardless of cultural context offers approaches to information preservation that transcend the limitations of electronic storage systems vulnerable to electromagnetic disruption. Community preparation for cyclical threats requires developing local self-sufficiency in food production, energy generation, and manufacturing capabilities that can operate independently of global supply chains and centralized infrastructure. The sustainable technologies evidenced in ancient civilizations provide alternative approaches to resource management that maintain technological capabilities while reducing vulnerability to supply chain disruption. The consciousness preparation aspects of surviving cyclical resets involve developing human capabilities that can function independently of external technological support. The consciousness enhancement technologies demonstrated at ancient sites suggest that previous civilizations prepared for catastrophic periods by developing human potential that could maintain essential knowledge and capabilities through periods when technological systems became unavailable. The genetic memory connecting us to survivors of previous reset cycles may contain inherited knowledge about preparation strategies, survival technologies, and recovery methods that become accessible when conditions activate these dormant information systems. The increasing recognition of cyclical threats among contemporary researchers may represent genetic activation of warning systems that prepare human consciousness for approaching catastrophic periods. As we recognize the reality of cyclical catastrophes that have repeatedly reset human civilization, we face the choice between ignoring warnings preserved by our ancestors and preparing for continuity systems that could enable current technological achievements to survive the next reset. The monuments built by previous civilizations function not just as impressive archaeological sites, but as instruction manuals for civilizational survival that become increasingly relevant as we approach the next phase of the cyclical pattern. The time remaining before the next major reset, based on the convergence of multiple cyclical indicators, may be measured in decades rather than centuries. The preparation strategies developed by our ancestors offer hope that human civilization can not only survive the coming challenges, but emerge with accumulated knowledge and capabilities that transcend the limitations that led to previous catastrophic endings. At the deepest levels of the evidence we have explored in the precision that rivals modern capabilities, in the global coordination that spans continents, in the knowledge systems that span geological time, we discover traces of something that transcends material engineering entirely. The monuments, technologies, and achievements of Earth's first civilization point toward a fundamental integration of consciousness and matter that represents not just an advanced stage of technological development, but an evolutionary leap in human potential that could transform our understanding of what it means to be fully realized human beings. The consciousness-matter integration evidenced at ancient sites worldwide suggests that previous advanced civilizations achieved levels of human development where the boundaries between mind and physical reality became permeable and manipulable. The acoustic chambers that optimize brainwave patterns, the electromagnetic fields that interface with human bioelectric systems, and the geometric relationships that enhance cognitive functioning indicate technologies designed to amplify consciousness rather than replace human capabilities with mechanical systems. Recent quantum physics research confirms that consciousness plays fundamental roles in determining physical reality at subatomic levels, suggesting that the consciousness technology integration demonstrated by ancient civilizations represents practical application of quantum mechanical principles that we are only beginning to understand theoretically. The observer effect in quantum mechanics, where consciousness influences the behavior of subatomic particles, may explain how ancient technologies achieved material manipulation through consciousness interface rather than mechanical force. The precision stone cutting, acoustic levitation, and electromagnetic field generation evidenced at ancient sites may represent technologies that operated through consciousness-directed manipulation of quantum fields rather than conventional engineering approaches. The integration of human awareness with technological systems could enable direct manipulation of matter at molecular levels through consciousness interface with quantum probability fields. Evidence of collective consciousness networks operating in ancient civilizations appears in the global coordination that achieved mathematical precision, astronomical accuracy, and construction standardization across continents without conventional communication systems. The consistent use of measurement standards, astronomical alignments, and mathematical relationships between sites separated by thousands of miles suggest information sharing that operated through consciousness networks rather than technological communication systems. The morphic field theories developed by Rupert Sheldrake provide potential explanations for how consciousness-based information sharing could enable coordination of global construction projects without physical communication systems. If consciousness operates through non-local information fields that transcend spatial limitations, then ancient civilizations may have achieved direct mind-to-mind communication that enabled real-time coordination of activities across planetary distances. The genetic memory that connects us to ancient achievements may operate through consciousness fields that preserve and transmit information across generations through non-biological inheritance mechanisms. The activation of dormant knowledge systems when humans encounter ancient monuments suggests that consciousness-based information storage transcends individual brain limitations and operates through collective fields that maintain continuity across time. Spiritual technology applications evidenced in ancient consciousness enhancement systems reveal approaches to human development that integrate meditation, ritual, and environmental design to optimize cognitive functioning and expand awareness capabilities. The acoustic frequencies generated in pyramid chambers, the electromagnetic fields created by megalithic structures, and the geometric relationships that affect brainwave patterns represent technological approaches to consciousness development. The initiation chambers discovered at ancient sites worldwide appear designed to facilitate specific consciousness states that enable access to information preserved in non-local awareness fields. The sensory deprivation effects, acoustic resonance patterns, and electromagnetic field characteristics of these chambers create conditions that enhance intuitive capabilities and facilitate direct knowledge transfer through consciousness interface rather than conventional learning methods. Modern consciousness research confirms that specific environmental conditions can facilitate expanded awareness states that enable access to information and capabilities beyond normal cognitive limitations. The consciousness enhancement technologies developed by ancient civilizations may represent systematic approaches to activating human potential that remains largely dormant under normal conditions. The next phase of human development suggested by evidence of ancient consciousness technology integration involves evolutionary changes in human cognitive capabilities that transcend the limitations of individual brain-based intelligence. The development of collective consciousness networks could enable humanity to function as integrated global intelligence systems that coordinate activities and share information through direct consciousness interface. Recent research into human consciousness during optimal developmental conditions reveals capabilities for telepathic communication, precognitive awareness, and direct influence on physical systems that suggest evolutionary potentials that await proper conditions for activation. The consciousness development techniques preserved in ancient traditions may represent systematic methods for activating these dormant capabilities. The integration of consciousness enhancement with sustainable technology development could enable the next phase of human civilization to transcend the material limitations and environmental destructiveness that have characterized previous technological approaches. Consciousness-directed technologies that work with natural systems rather than dominating them could achieve advanced capabilities while maintaining ecological harmony. The global awakening currently occurring as increasing numbers of people recognize evidence of ancient achievements may represent the beginning of consciousness evolution that prepares humanity for the next phase of development. The genetic memory activation that occurs when humans encounter traces of ancient consciousness technology integration suggests that dormant potentials are becoming accessible as conditions become favorable for their expression. The meditation technologies, geometric consciousness enhancement systems, and awareness amplification methods preserved in ancient traditions may represent practical training systems for developing the consciousness capabilities required for the next phase of human evolution. The increasing interest in consciousness research, meditation practices, and alternative awareness states may be preparation for evolutionary changes that transcend current human limitations. As we recognize the evidence for consciousness technology integration achieved by ancient civilizations, we approach possibilities for human development that transcend the material focus of current technological civilization. The consciousness evolution suggested by ancient achievements represents not return to primitive conditions, but advancement toward capabilities that integrate the best aspects of technological sophistication with expanded awareness that transcends the limitations of individual consciousness. The genetic memory connecting us to ancestors who achieved consciousness matter integration may be activation of evolutionary potentials that await conditions favorable for their full expression. As we prepare for the next phase of human development, the consciousness technologies preserved in ancient traditions may provide essential training for evolutionary changes that could transform human civilization from material focus toward integrated awareness that harmonizes technology, consciousness, and natural systems into unified approaches to existence that transcend current limitations. The monuments built by Earth's first civilization may function not just as impressive archaeological achievements, but as activation devices designed to trigger consciousness evolution in descendant populations when conditions become appropriate for the next phase of human development. As we decode their messages and integrate their technologies, we may be preparing for consciousness evolution that represents the true purpose of human potential across deep time. The trail of evidence leads not just backward through time, but forward into locations where the careful observer can witness the continuing revelation of humanity's forgotten achievements. Across the globe, sites await investigation by those willing to look beyond conventional interpretations and recognize the signatures of advanced ancient technologies. These locations offer opportunities for direct engagement with mysteries that transform abstract archaeological theory into tangible encounters with evidence that challenges everything we think we know about human history. The accessible locations with anomalous features span every continent and encompass sites where conventional tourism unknowingly exposes visitors to evidence of advanced ancient capabilities. At Sacsayhuaman in Peru, the precision stonework that defies explanation using conventional ancient technologies remains fully visible to anyone willing to examine the impossible joints between massive blocks that have survived centuries of earthquake activity without mortar or binding agents. The acoustic properties of megalithic sites provide immediate evidence of sophisticated ancient engineering that visitors can experience directly. At the megalithic temples of Malta, particularly the Hypogeum Sakaja, the precisely calculated acoustic chambers create sound effects that modern acoustic engineering struggles to replicate. Speaking or singing in these spaces generates harmonic resonances that focus and amplify sound in ways that affect human consciousness in measurable and immediate ways. Newgrange in Ireland offers opportunities to witness astronomical precision that demonstrates advanced mathematical knowledge preserved in stone for over 5,000 years. During the winter solstice, light penetrates the carefully designed entrance passage and illuminates the inner chamber for exactly 17 minutes, an astronomical alignment that requires understanding of Earth's orbital mechanics and precise architectural engineering that challenges conventional understanding of Neolithic capabilities. The underground chamber and tunnel systems discovered worldwide provide some of the most compelling evidence of advanced ancient engineering while remaining largely accessible to independent investigation. The Cappadocia region of Turkey contains extensive underground city complexes that demonstrate excavation capabilities, ventilation engineering, and architectural planning that exceed what conventional archaeology attributes to ancient civilizations. Recent surveys using ground-penetrating radar have revealed that the visible underground cities in Turkey represent only surface portions of much more extensive subterranean networks that extend hundreds of feet into bedrock and connect across vast distances. Independent researchers with access to portable radar equipment can contribute to mapping these systems and documenting architectural features that suggest advanced engineering knowledge. The Sahara Desert preserves underground structures and tunnel networks that become accessible as shifting sands reveal entrance points to buried complexes. Satellite imagery analysis reveals geometric patterns beneath desert surfaces that suggest extensive buried constructions awaiting investigation by researchers willing to undertake expedition archaeology in remote locations. Underwater archaeology opportunities continue expanding as sea level changes and improved diving technologies make submerged sites increasingly accessible to independent investigation. The underwater structures off Bimini in the Bahamas remain accessible to recreational divers willing to examine evidence of precision stone construction in contexts that predate conventional timelines by thousands of years. The Mediterranean underwater sites near Spain, Italy, and Greece offer opportunities for systematic documentation of submerged civilizations that flourished when sea levels stood hundreds of feet lower than current positions. Recent underwater surveys have identified harbor constructions, building foundations, and road networks that demonstrate urban planning and construction capabilities during periods when the regions were dry land supporting complex societies. Lake structures in various locations worldwide provide evidence of sophisticated ancient engineering in contexts that remain accessible to researchers with appropriate equipment. Recent discoveries of underwater stone structures in alpine lakes suggest that mountain regions harbored advanced civilizations during periods when climate conditions differed significantly from current patterns. Satellite imagery revealing hidden structures has democratized archaeological discovery by making high-resolution Earth observation data available to independent researchers who can identify potential sites from orbital perspectives. The LiDAR data and multispectral imaging available through various online platforms enable systematic searches for geometric anomalies that indicate buried or hidden archaeological features. The Amazon basin, revealed through LiDAR scanning that penetrates jungle canopies, shows extensive earthwork constructions and geometric patterns that span hundreds of square miles. These sites remain largely unexplored by conventional archaeology and offer opportunities for independent researchers to contribute to documenting sophisticated ancient engineering in tropical environments. Google Earth and similar platforms provide access to high-resolution imagery that enables systematic searches for archaeological anomalies across global landscapes. Independent researchers have identified potential pyramid complexes, geometric earthworks, and linear constructions in remote locations that await ground truth investigation by field researchers. The geometric relationships between known ancient sites continue revealing new locations where mathematical alignment suggests additional monuments or installations. The global grid patterns encoded in major archaeological sites can be extended to predict locations where similar constructions might exist, providing systematic approaches to archaeological discovery based on mathematical principles rather than random searching. Desert regions worldwide, where shifting sands periodically expose and conceal archaeological features, offer opportunities for systematic monitoring using satellite imagery to identify temporary exposure of buried structures. The cyclical exposure patterns in various desert regions enable researchers to time field investigations for optimal access to normally buried archaeological evidence. As traditional archaeological institutions face funding limitations and bureaucratic constraints, independent researchers with portable equipment and systematic methodologies can contribute significantly to expanding our understanding of ancient achievements. The breadcrumbs scattered across the global landscape await those willing to follow the trail beyond conventional boundaries and contribute to the collective investigation of humanity's forgotten legacy. The active investigation sites accessible today represent not just archaeological curiosities, but opportunities for direct engagement with evidence that transforms abstract theories about ancient achievements into tangible encounters with capabilities that challenge our understanding of human potential across deep time. The democratization of sophisticated archaeological investigation technologies has transformed the landscape of discovery, placing capabilities that were once available only to major institutions into the hands of independent researchers equipped with curiosity, persistence, and access to increasingly affordable scientific instruments. These modern methods, when applied to ancient mysteries with systematic rigor and creative thinking, continue revealing evidence that challenges established archaeological models while providing new insights into the technological achievements of our forgotten ancestors. Ground-penetrating radar technology has evolved from expensive institutional equipment to portable systems accessible to serious independent researchers, enabling systematic subsurface investigation that reveals hidden chambers, buried structures, and geometric patterns that remain invisible to surface observation. Recent surveys using portable GPR units have documented extensive underground constructions at sites worldwide, revealing architectural complexes that extend far beyond visible surface features. The GPR revelations at major archaeological sites continue challenging conventional understanding of ancient construction capabilities. Recent scans beneath the Giza Plateau have identified extensive chamber systems, tunnel networks, and geometric structures that were unknown when conventional archaeological models were established. These discoveries remain largely unexcavated due to bureaucratic restrictions, but their documentation through radar scanning provides evidence of construction sophistication that exceeds conventional estimates. Independent researchers with access to GPR equipment can contribute to systematic documentation of anomalous subsurface features at sites worldwide. The technology enables non-invasive investigation that reveals architectural details without requiring excavation permits or institutional approval, making it possible to gather evidence about ancient engineering capabilities that might otherwise remain hidden by administrative barriers. LiDAR scanning technology has revolutionized archaeological discovery by enabling systematic mapping of surface features through forest canopies, vegetation cover, and other obstructions that conceal archaeological remains. The recent LiDAR revelations in the Amazon basin, Guatemala, and other heavily forested regions have revealed extensive civilizations that were previously unknown to conventional archaeology. The laser scanning capabilities of modern LiDAR systems create detailed topographic maps that reveal subtle elevation changes, geometric patterns, and artificial constructions that remain invisible to ground-based observation. Independent researchers can access LiDAR data through various commercial and academic sources, enabling systematic analysis of landscape features that might indicate archaeological sites. Drone-mounted LiDAR systems have become increasingly accessible to independent researchers, enabling localized scanning of specific sites with resolution that rivals expensive institutional surveys. The combination of drone platforms with miniaturized laser scanning equipment provides capabilities for detailed site documentation that can reveal architectural features and construction techniques that challenge conventional archaeological interpretations. Geological dating techniques continue evolving beyond traditional carbon dating limitations, providing alternative methods for establishing site chronologies that often yield dates far older than conventional archaeological models allow. Thermoluminescence dating, optically stimulated luminescence, and other methodologies enable dating of ceramics, fired materials, and minerals that extend chronological frameworks far beyond carbon dating capabilities. The convergence of multiple dating methodologies often reveals age estimates that challenge established archaeological timelines by thousands or tens of thousands of years. Independent researchers familiar with various dating techniques can contribute to systematic re-examination of site chronologies using methodologies that provide alternative perspectives on when advanced human capabilities first manifested. Cosmic ray dating, based on analysis of cosmic radiation exposure in materials, provides dating capabilities that extend far beyond conventional methodologies and often yield evidence for extreme antiquity of archaeological materials. The technique remains underutilized in conventional archaeology, but offers opportunities for independent researchers to establish chronologies for sites and artifacts that exceed accepted timelines. Genetic archaeology and DNA analysis capabilities have expanded dramatically, with advances in laboratory techniques and commercial DNA analysis services, enabling investigation of human migration patterns, population genetics, and evolutionary timelines that provide context for archaeological discoveries. The genetic evidence often reveals population movements and demographic patterns that challenge conventional models of human development and cultural evolution. Mitochondrial DNA analysis continues revealing genetic bottlenecks and population expansions that correlate with archaeological evidence for cyclical catastrophes and civilizational recovery periods. Independent researchers can contribute to systematic analysis of genetic patterns that provide biological context for archaeological evidence of advanced ancient civilizations. Ancient DNA recovery from archaeological contexts enables direct genetic analysis of prehistoric populations, often revealing genetic characteristics that challenge conventional understanding of human migration patterns and population relationships. The techniques continue expanding in capability and accessibility, providing opportunities for independent researchers to contribute to understanding genetic continuity across archaeological time periods. Satellite imagery analysis using multispectral and hyperspectral data enables systematic investigation of landscape features that indicate archaeological sites through vegetation patterns, soil characteristics, and thermal signatures that reveal buried or hidden structures. Commercial satellite imagery platforms provide high-resolution data accessible to independent researchers for systematic archaeological prospection. Machine learning algorithms applied to satellite imagery analysis can identify patterns that suggest archaeological features across vast geographical areas, enabling systematic searches for potential sites that would be impossible through visual analysis alone. Independent researchers with appropriate software tools can contribute to archaeological discovery through systematic analysis of satellite data using pattern recognition techniques. The combination of multiple remote sensing technologies, LiDAR, satellite imagery, thermal imaging, and magnetic field detection provides comprehensive approaches to archaeological investigation that reveal site characteristics and construction features that remain invisible to single-method approaches. Independent researchers who combine multiple technological approaches often achieve results that exceed those of conventional single-discipline investigations. As these technological capabilities continue expanding in accessibility and decreasing in cost, independent researchers equipped with systematic methodologies and interdisciplinary approaches can contribute significantly to expanding our understanding of ancient human achievements. The tools of discovery now available to serious investigators provide capabilities that equal or exceed those available to major institutions just decades ago. The convergence of modern technological methods with ancient mysteries creates opportunities for discoveries that transform our understanding of human history and potential. Independent researchers willing to apply these tools systematically to anomalous evidence continue revealing patterns that challenge established archaeological models, while providing evidence for capabilities that our ancestors achieved during previous periods of advanced human development. The journey from passive consumer of established historical narratives to active investigator of humanity's forgotten achievements begins with a fundamental shift in perception learning, to see beyond the filters of institutional interpretation and recognize patterns that connect across disciplines, cultures, and time periods. This transformation requires not abandonment of critical thinking, but expansion of intellectual frameworks that can accommodate evidence challenging comfortable assumptions about human development and potential. Developing perception beyond mainstream filters involves cultivating awareness of how institutional biases, funding pressures, and professional constraints shape the information presented as settled historical fact. Academic archaeology, like all institutional disciplines, operates within paradigms that filter evidence according to established models, often dismissing anomalous discoveries that threaten foundational assumptions rather than revising theories to accommodate challenging data. The personal quest for understanding ancient achievements requires learning to evaluate evidence based on scientific merit rather than institutional approval, recognizing that the most significant discoveries often emerge from investigation that transcends disciplinary boundaries and challenges established chronologies. This involves developing familiarity with research methodologies, dating techniques, and analytical approaches that enable independent evaluation of archaeological claims and interpretations. Critical evaluation skills become essential for distinguishing between legitimate alternative archaeology that employs rigorous scientific methods and sensationalized speculation that undermines serious investigation through association with unfounded claims. The field of alternative archaeology encompasses both careful scientific research that challenges established timelines and entertainment-focused programming that emphasizes speculation over evidence. Recognizing patterns across disciplines requires developing knowledge bases that span multiple fields of study: archaeology, geology, astronomy, genetics, consciousness research, and physics, enabling recognition of connections that specialists within individual disciplines might overlook due to the constraints of professional specialization. Many significant insights about ancient achievements emerge from interdisciplinary analysis that combines evidence from multiple scientific fields. The mathematical constants appearing in ancient monuments worldwide become recognizable only through understanding both archaeological evidence and mathematical principles. The astronomical alignments encoded in ancient structures require knowledge of celestial mechanics and precession cycles. The consciousness enhancement properties of ancient sites become apparent only through familiarity with neuroscience and consciousness research. Pattern recognition skills develop through systematic study of anomalous evidence across multiple sites and cultures, learning to identify recurring signatures that indicate shared knowledge systems or technological capabilities. The precision stone-cutting techniques, acoustic properties, and electromagnetic characteristics that appear at ancient sites worldwide suggest systematic approaches to engineering that transcended individual cultural limitations. Balancing skepticism with openness requires maintaining rigorous standards for evidence evaluation while remaining receptive to possibilities that challenge established models. Healthy skepticism prevents acceptance of unfounded claims, while excessive skepticism can prevent recognition of legitimate evidence that threatens comfortable assumptions about human history and capabilities. The personal quest involves learning to distinguish between evidence-based alternative archaeology and belief-based speculation, evaluating claims according to scientific methodologies rather than accepting or rejecting information based on whether it supports or challenges preferred narratives. This requires developing familiarity with scientific research methods, statistical analysis, and logical reasoning approaches that enable independent evaluation of competing claims. Intellectual humility becomes essential for recognizing when accumulating evidence requires revision of previously held beliefs about human history and potential. The tendency to defend established positions against challenging evidence operates at individual as well as institutional levels, requiring conscious effort to remain open to discoveries that transform understanding of human achievements across deep time. Contributing to the collective investigation requires developing skills and resources that enable meaningful participation in expanding our understanding of ancient achievements. This might involve learning to use ground-penetrating radar or LiDAR technology, developing expertise in satellite imagery analysis, or mastering specialized research techniques that contribute to systematic documentation of anomalous archaeological evidence. Documentation and evidence preservation become critical responsibilities for independent researchers who encounter anomalous artifacts or archaeological features that mainstream institutions might ignore or suppress. Digital photography, precise measurement, GPS coordination, and systematic record-keeping enable contribution of data that supports broader patterns of evidence for advanced ancient capabilities. Community building among serious alternative archaeology researchers creates support networks that enable collaboration on investigations that exceed individual capabilities, while maintaining scientific standards that distinguish legitimate research from speculative entertainment. Online platforms and communication networks enable coordination of research efforts across geographical boundaries and professional limitations. Funding and resource development for independent archaeological investigation requires creativity and persistence, as traditional funding sources often avoid projects that challenge established archaeological paradigms. Crowdfunding platforms, private foundations, and collaborative resource sharing enable research projects that might not receive institutional support despite scientific merit and potential significance. The educational component of the personal quest involves sharing discoveries and insights with broader audiences while maintaining scientific accuracy and avoiding sensationalized presentations that undermine serious investigation. The goal involves expanding public awareness of evidence for advanced ancient achievements while preserving the intellectual rigor that enables continued discovery and understanding. Personal transformation through engagement with evidence of ancient achievements often involves recognizing connections between archaeological discoveries and individual genetic memory, creativity, and potential. The consciousness enhancement effects documented at ancient sites suggests that engagement with evidence of advanced ancient capabilities may activate dormant potentials that connect us directly to the achievements of our ancestors. As increasing numbers of people undertake personal quests to understand humanity's forgotten achievements, a collective awakening emerges that transcends individual discoveries and contributes to fundamental revision of our understanding of human history and potential. The genetic memory connecting us to advanced ancestors appears to respond to systematic investigation of their achievements with recognition and activation of inherited capabilities. The personal quest to understand ancient achievements represents not just intellectual curiosity about the past, but preparation for evolutionary changes that may be approaching. As cyclical patterns suggest, we face challenges similar to those our ancestors successfully navigated through preparation, knowledge preservation, and consciousness development that enabled civilizational continuity across catastrophic interruptions in technological development. As dawn approaches and our journey through deep time draws toward its horizon, the monuments built by Earth's first civilization may function as more than impressive archaeological achievements. They may be activation devices designed to trigger consciousness evolution in descendant populations when conditions become appropriate for the next phase of human development. As we decode their messages and integrate their technologies, we may be preparing for evolutionary changes that represent the true purpose behind their efforts to preserve knowledge across deep time. The cyclical warnings encoded in their astronomical computers suggest we face challenges similar to those that tested previous civilizations, but with accumulated knowledge and genetic memories that could enable us to transcend limitations that led to catastrophic endings. Their survival strategies, preserved in underground installations and knowledge systems that span millennia, offer blueprints for continuity that could enable current human achievements to survive and transcend the cyclical resets that have repeatedly challenged human civilization. As we prepare for uncertainties that lie ahead, the consciousness technologies preserved in ancient traditions may provide essential training for evolutionary changes that integrate the best aspects of technological sophistication with expanded awareness that harmonizes human potential with natural systems in ways that transcend current limitations. The pyramids stand in silence, holding their secrets as they have for millennia beyond counting. But they are not truly silent. They speak in the language of precision, of ambition, of mathematical constants that define the relationships between consciousness and cosmos. And in that language, if we learn to listen, we might hear the voices of our first civilization calling across the ages, reminding us of what we once were and what we might become again. Until we meet again in the spaces between certainty and wonder, keep questioning, keep seeking, and remember, the greatest discoveries often wait not in Earth's future, but in its forgotten past. The eternal builders who preceded us created more than monuments. They created possibilities that await recognition, activation, and integration by inheritors worthy of their legacy. The pyramids stand in silence, holding their secrets as they have for millennia beyond counting. But they are not truly silent. They speak in the language of precision, of ambition, of mathematical constants that define the relationships between consciousness and cosmos. And in that language, if we learn to listen, we might hear the voices of our first civilization calling across the ages, reminding us of what we once were and what we might become again. Until we meet again in the spaces between certainty and wonder, keep questioning, keep seeking, and remember, the greatest discoveries often wait not in Earth's future, but in its forgotten past. The eternal builders who preceded us created more than monuments. They created possibilities that await recognition, activation, and integration by inheritors worthy of their legacy. Welcome, as always, to the continuing story of human consciousness reaching toward its full potential across deep time. The journey has just begun. Welcome, as always, to the continuing story of human consciousness reaching toward its full potential across deep time. The journey has just begun,